Okay. Okay. Good. We are good. Uh, Good morning, everybody. Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment consider application for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. Now, my name is Yim Chen. I will be chairing the meeting today. Let me introduce the panel member for today. Sitting opposite is Mr. Doug Wilkins, and Mr. Sahib Bayat, and Mr. Dylan Reed, and also Mr. Peter Reed. And now I will announce the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on this is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When the item is called, you will be unmuted by moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. And those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being called. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. These participating through WebEx are not allowed, those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist's role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board, the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Local Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and January removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and a specified person and public body, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeals instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Now I will read out our hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When you're making your submission, When the applicant is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter to the committee for decision. Each speaker, including the agent or the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to committee may have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to committee on the application. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, each in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will first add a call on the speaker in the room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application then will be taken to committee for decision. And then this is the, at this moment, if you have a cell phone, would you like, in the room, put it on silent mode or turn it off? Thank you. And do we have any declaration or conflict of interest for members and staff? No. And are we doing the deferral request now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see any deferrals for this morning.
Okay. And then we have some file to close or a minute to adopt?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The minutes from February 28th, 2024 hearing are ready for adoption.
Yes. Can I have motion? Mr. Bayet, second. Mr. Reid, second. All in favor to adopt the minute? All unanimously adopt.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. We do have 8 files that we need to close.
Yes.
These files were previously before Committee of Adjustment, were deferred. In reaching out to each of the landowners, they do not wish to pursue their application, which means that we need to close them here today.
Okay.
And we can do this under one motion.
Yes.
So I'll read out the file numbers. A0442/20 TEY, municipal address 396 Woodbine Avenue. File number A0845/20 TEY, municipal address 197 Rosedale Heights Drive. File number A0108/21 TEY, municipal address 100 Colbeck Street. File number A0446/21 TEY, municipal address 108 Dury Street. File number A1096/20 TEY, municipal address 469 Clinton Street. File number A0028/22 TEY, 13 Ferrer Avenue. File number A0681/22 TEY, 30 Louvain Avenue. File number A0831/22 TEY, 782 Salmon Avenue.
Okay. Those are the 8 files. Can I have a motion? Mr. Reid, second, please. Okay, Mr. By second. All in favor to close? 8 file close. Thank you very much. Any other business?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can proceed with item number 1.
Okay, now we are on number 1, 33 Rosehill Avenue, and also same address is 44 Jacks Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the development standards for this residential development, and they have a site-specific bylaw by increasing the number of stories from 33 to 35, increasing the number of dwelling units from 265 to 299, and reduce the parking space requirement from 360 residential parking spaces and 92 visitor parking spaces to 344 residential parking spaces and 83 visitor spaces. And we also receive on this file a copy of a survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, cover letter from the agent, and a functional report from WSP, and parking studies, shadow studies, storm management letter, and wind study, presentation material from agent, response letter by John Marota, and commenting agency send us comments is a staff report from community planning, and also the TTC commission, and we have received quite a number of oppositions from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and opposition basically from Rosedale, 33 Rosehill Avenue, and also from 33 Jacks Avenue, and that's about it.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We also have 4 registered speakers for this item. So we'll start with the agent.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Yeah, and since you have, we need a presentation from you. So you have, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is the mic working okay at this location? Thanks. And if staff could pull up the presentation, that would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Tyler Peck from W&D Associates with the planning consultants for Quadrille Property Group, who are the owners of the site. City Planning has issued a staff report on this file with no objections to the application. We worked with staff prior to the application, prior to and after the application was submitted. We agree with them that the application meets the 4 tests for minor variances, which I'll run through in my presentation. Staff have included a recommendation for a Section 45(9) contribution, which the owner agrees to. This is in addition to the Section 37 contribution for the approved building. There are also comments on file from TTC, as noted, regarding their technical review process. I'll note for the committee that we've reviewed these with TTC staff. There's already a completed technical review on the site, a construction agreement and solicitor's undertaking in place for the approved development. We don't object to the TTC conditions, and we'll continue to work with them as needed. We can start on the presentation. The committee is aware of the site location, and on the next figure, in figure 2, the planned and emerging context of the neighborhood here includes a number of developments, including council-approved tall buildings up to 50 stories. The proposed 35-story height on the Breton Place site is appropriate in this context, and the building will fit in the overall height transition, generally to the south and east of the height peak around Yonge and St. Clair. On the next figure shows the approved development stats, and these are proposed to be altered where required for the proposed development, and the requested variances are on figure 4, along with the revised diagram, and these are the variances that we're discussing through the application today. On figure 5, the timeline of policy updates is shown, and there's a lot of information on here, but the key changes are further provincial direction to optimize housing opportunities in proximity to transit, particularly rental housing opportunities, identification of the St. Clair and Summerhill protected major transit station areas by City Council. These policy updates are also in conjunction with the approved and emerging development context that I noted on the height context map earlier. Figure 6, the next figure, shows the very limited revision to the proposed revision to the zoning diagram for the site. And the next figure 7 shows the minor changes to the building with the inclusion of the 4 additional typical floors. The proposal maintains compliance with all other performance standards of the site-specific zoning, including but not limited to building setbacks, tower floor plate size, percentage of 2 and 3 bedroom units, bicycle parking, loading, and other site-specific matters. The increase of 4 stories and building height by a total of 13.4 meters in this case includes the mechanical penthouse, and they're substantially similar to the approved development. These revisions will be virtually imperceptible when viewed from the public realm and on the Breton Place site itself. And the design of the podium level, which was the subject of detailed discussions with residents and neighbors, has remained unchanged. Figure 8 shows updates, and Figure 9 shows updates to the underground level, and this includes provision of more accessible parking spaces. This is not only to support an aging population, but also to meet the city's new standards that were passed in 2022 for accessible parking, above and beyond what was part of the SPA approval. As outlined in the parking study, the revised parking rates are well within the city's new minimum and maximum parking rates, and there will continue to be no impact on the provision of parking for existing residents. Figure 10 shows a summary of the 4 test analysis, and I note that the requested relief is consistent with provincial policy, meets the 4 tests, and the detailed planning and zoning analysis is outlined in the planning rationale that we filed with the committee with the application. The application is further supported by technical reporting. This is filed with the committee as well from the project's consultants that includes transportation, servicing, stormwater management, shadowing, and wind matters. The proposal conforms the apartment neighborhood's designation in the official plan and a secondary plan, which permits tall buildings, tall residential buildings, as evidenced by the approved building. The proposed development meets the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, as it's substantially in accordance with the approved development, continuing to provide for a tall building over 30 stories along the Rosehill Avenue frontage, with the 2-story podium that remains unchanged. The overall scale, setbacks, tower separation distances, floor plates, and relationship with adjacent developments is consistent. The proposal includes bylaw-compliant unit mix with a high 53% proportion of family-sized 2 and 3 bedroom units, which are all purpose-built rental in this case. Notice that I've got 22 seconds left, so I will finish up by saying that the proposal reflects contemporary updates to planning policy and the site context, will increase the supply of rental housing in the Yonge and St. Clair neighborhood. The variances have been thoughtfully considered to minimize built form revisions and impacts, and will result in a form of development that's largely indistinguishable from the approved and under construction development on the site. The tenant communication and construction management plan for the site, which was prepared with and approved by the city, will continually be updated throughout the construction period. Okay. I will end there and respectfully request the committee's approval of the application, and I'm happy to answer any of the committee's questions. And we also have John Murata from Quadrille Property Group available to answer question on behalf of the ownership as well.
Okay. Yes, but I think I would suggest that we hold our question to the applicant, and then we'll listen to other speakers, and then you will be back.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair. At this time, there are 2 speakers here in person, so please come up in order as you wish to speak. So that's Martha McNeil. Are you the first speaker?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Give us your name and address.
My name is Martha McNeil, and I am a resident of 44 Jakes Avenue,
Okay.
apartment 1505.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for hearing this issue. I'm not approving of this request. Basically, we had a meeting with under the auspices of Josh Matlow, our councillor, on Monday, at which time we discussed a number of the issues. One of the things that sets this apart from virtually most, if not all, other requests for minor variance. We do not believe this is minor, to start with, because one of the reasons is that first of all, there's no need for it, and secondly, there are tons and tons of buildings that have been approved and not one building that's been approved in the Yonge St. Clair area has any there may be one, I'm sorry, that has any possibility of rent geared to income units, et cetera. This thing that also sets us apart is the fact that we have 2 apartment buildings on site that have been, with 629 units, and we have been living under these conditions since the LPAT, which started in 2000, was signed in 2019, and further construction started by stripping this beautiful piece of property of all its trees and shrubs anywhere where there was going to be construction long before the construction was starting. And so anyway, we did not, we thought we were making a bit of an impact with with people from Quadrille with regard to the fact that we have been living under very awful conditions since starting in 2017, but primarily after 2019. And they're building a new pavilion for the swimming pool. We had a beautiful outdoor swimming pool on the property until it was taken out in order to provide this much smaller pool. It's only 4 feet. Anyway, it's just ridiculous. So we really feel that we've been given a very awful deal. And I'm going to read to you a letter that came to Josh Matlow's office yesterday. At the time of the meeting on Monday, we asked Quadrille to come up with some way of compensating residents for all of what they've been undergoing since the beginning of this whole process. And Mr. Murata went back to whomever he went back to and came up with this statement, which I think is rather indicative of how the residents have been treated. Further to our meeting and discussions at Breton Place, March the 18th, Quadrille understands that residents are enduring construction noise, dust, and inconvenience, and we are sensitive to increasing rents via AGIs. During the years, while construction of the new pool, pavilion, and tower is proceeding towards completion, we are prepared to extend the following compensation to the Breton Place residents in consideration for the additional 4 floors that are being proposed through the C of A. Our proposal addresses these concerns as follows. There will be no AGI applications that increase rents at Breton Place for the calendar years 24, 25, and 26. In addition, Quadrille will provide a one-time payment to the BPTA in the amount of $300,000 that shall be expended on an equitable basis to all residents, as determined by the entire Breton Place community. Said payment shall be paid in full with 30 days. I'll just leave that little bit, that detail. Number 3, BPA shall provide a letter of support to Quadrille by 6 p.m. Tuesday, yesterday, that confirms BPA's approval of support for the additional 4 floors. And number 4, in the event C of A does not approve Quadrille's application for the additional 4 floors on March the 20th, the above noted proposal will no longer be valid or applicable. The only people who have been getting any compensation during this whole period are 1/3 of the residences that face directly onto where this construction is taking place, and from 44 Jakes and 33. So it's a group facing west or facing north. 1/3 of the residences, not residents, more than 2/3 of the residents are getting no compensation whatsoever. So I think that, and what seems to be missing here is the principle of natural justice that should be permeating the whole processes that occur when people are involved in during process. Just the whole idea of fairness and based in legal administrative decisions. I will leave it to other people. I didn't get to say most of the things I was planning to say because I wanted to make sure that this information became very clear to the panel. And if any of you have any questions.
Any question to this speaker? Yes, please, go ahead, Mr. Bayet.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad you're here. Just a quick one. I appreciate, and excuse me if I've misheard, but you're not living in you're living across the road, presumably from
No, I'm living on the property.
On the property.
There are 629 units on the property right now, and all but about 40 are inhabited. So There are somewhere likely between 900 and 1,000 people living on site.
So the,
And this makes this whole project so egregious because and we agreed to this in the LPAT agreement of 2019 without realizing quite how awful it was going to be and all the complexities that have extended this project way longer than we initially thought. So it's going to be the,
sorry to interrupt, but I was just wondering, the proposal that's before us,
Yeah.
and that's the additional
Yeah.
stories.
Yes.
That's on the new project?
Yes, and that's
Do
going to
you-
take about another 6 months
Okay.
beyond
So,
the period of time.
Specific to the extended request, request for additional floors, what are your objections to that?
Well, because, first of all, it's going to increase the number of additional residents by at least 100, if not way more than 100, because half of these units have 2 or 3 bedrooms, so there may be families. The amenities pool is very small, and it's only 4 feet high, so that's going to be impacted. The new request is not providing the number of underground parking or resident parking units that are part of the rules and regulations now, and they're not providing enough guest parking spaces according to the new regulations. The other part of it is that the construction, which they said was only going to take 2 years or 28 months, because there were 10 violations of zoning bylaws and so forth for the initial request, we signed an agreement with Quadrio in 2019, and all 10 bylaws and zoning conditions that had to be completed were not completed until 2022. So they started taking everything apart, such as getting rid of all the grounds and so forth, before any construction was started. So this is also, because this building is adjacent to a very lovely residential area, is just going to lead itself to being, every other project they're going to be asking for more floors. And we just feel that this is a residential, primarily a residential area.
Well,
Not,
thank you
okay.
so much for that, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Okay, we don't have any more. Yeah, we can,
Okay.
ready for the next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next speaker in person, Francis.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
My name is Frances Friend, and I have lived at 44 Jakes Avenue since October 1969. When considering this minor variances application, the Committee of Adjustment should also consider the long-term ramifications in terms of any future community developer relations. The original permitted maximum height of a building or structure on the Breton Place site was 16 meters or 5 stories. The first application by BCIMC was for approximately 93 meters or 29 stories. An LPAT agreement amended the zoning bylaw to allow 99 meters or 31 stories. BCIMC is now asking for another height variance to allow 112.4 meters or 35 stories. With the additional variance, the infill building will be approximately 25.6 meters or 85 feet taller than the directly adjacent 33 Rosehill building. This height variance should not be allowed, as the building will dominate the area and create insufficient architectural transition not only to 33 Rosehill, but to all the lower residential buildings in the area. Once a zoning bylaw has been amended to accommodate a developer, why is the developer even allowed to request yet another variance to supersede it? Did this developer ever negotiate in good faith? Breton Place serves as a buffer zone or transition between the apartment neighborhood section of Deer Park and the upscale residences of Rosedale and Summerhill. A 35-story tower would negatively impact the 2- and 3-story homes in Rosedale and Summerhill. According to the official plan, significant growth is not generally intended within developed apartment neighborhoods such as where Breton Place is situated. There are 629 luxury units at Breton Place, 299 new units, which represent a growth of 50% plus. None of these units are affordable housing. If the additional 34 units were approved under the condition of making those 34 units in the building affordable rent units, would BCIMC still want this minor variance? The Yonge Street corridor from Woodlawn to Davisville was intended to be a combination of low-rise and 5 to 12-story mid-rise buildings. Applications have been submitted and/or approved along this corridor for 16 residential buildings. Only 2 are mid-rise, 13 range from 31 stories to 53 stories, and 144-story building is currently under construction. Now, this is mind-boggling. These 16 buildings represent a total of almost 6,000 units with an influx of approximately 13,000 to 15,000 new residents. If all these developers asked for the same percentage of minor variance as BCIMC, there would be approximately another 800 units in an area that would have become congested. There are over 40 vacant units or a 7% vacancy rate at Breton Place, plus an additional 265 units once the infill building is completed. Given the overabundance of luxury units, which will shortly become available in the area, the request for 34 additional units is superfluous and redundant. 34 units and 4 stories may seem like a minor variance. However, it becomes a major variance with a domino effect when it sets precedent for Midtown Toronto. All the minor variance requests by BCIMC to amend the zoning bylaws a second time, and the consequences thereof should be deemed as a major variance and therefore unequivocally denied. And my comment, I alone cannot make these changes. However, I hope I have cast a stone across the water and caused many ripples. Thank you.
Okay. Any question to speak to this speaker? Actually, I have one question. Just I'd like to know what's your comment about if this building is affordable housing with the increase of 4-story? Do you think that is still acceptable, or is still a major change?
I think the increase to 4 stories is not palatable at any time. However,
Okay.
if they would be affordable housing, I would probably go for it.
Oh, I see, understand.
I'm against it because my background is interior design architecture.
fine.
I'm against it because I think it's going to look ugly.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to do anything for the cityscape.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, we will go to the callers online. So we will start with Barbara Drakeland.
Morning. I would.
Barbara, you've been unmuted. Hello, Barbara, can you please try to speak?
We had heard, let's start with.
Kathy, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Kathy McDonald. I live at 57 Duggan Avenue, so I do not live within the Breton Place complex. I'm the president of the Deer Park Residents Group. And so here are my comments. First, the Deer Park Residents Group was part of the mediation a number of years ago that established the 31-story height limit and the framework for this project. So we certainly have an interest in what's happening today. This 31-story height had neighborhood support. And of course, the building is now under construction. So the question is, so why ask for more stories now? The Deer Park Resident Group is concerned about the recent trend to revisit approved project and ask for more. On a number of sites, there is an opportunity for added improvements and adjustments to benefits. These are all done through official plan amendments and rezonings. This 31-story building is by far the highest in this apartment neighborhood. This is not the Yonge St. Clair intersection area. 31 stories is already very high for the neighborhood. Therefore, we're supporting the Breton Place tenants and their neighbors in objecting to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No, we can have the next one. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam.
Shivashisha, you've been unmuted.
Hi, hello everyone. Am I audible? Just checking the mic settings.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So, good morning, esteemed members of the Committee of Adjustment. I stand before you as a proud resident, deeply connected to the cultural fabric and shared values of our community called Breton Place. Our neighborhood is not merely a collection of buildings, it's a tapestry of green spaces, sunlight-kissed corners, and a collective identity we hold dear. Today, I wish to address my objections to the proposed additional construction on 33 Rosehill and 44 Jakes Avenue, bearing in mind both the legal framework and the community soul. The first basis of objection is the deviation from existing agreements that contravenes the zoning bylaws. Our objections are firmly rooted in the 2019 LPAT agreement that outlines the parameters for the growth of our community. This agreement, negotiated at the provincial level, reflects a carefully balanced compromise to our community. Any deviation from this agreement, especially concerning the proposed additional stories, not only violates the agreed upon maximum building height, but also threatens the essence of the neighborhood. The proposed changes are not in harmony with the general intent of the zoning bylaw, specifically about building heights and their impact on the character of the neighborhood. The committee must consider the long-term consequences of such deviations. The second ground of objection is based on increased density and sunlight exposure. The proposed construction jeopardizes the sunlight exposure crucial to our residents and diminishes our precious green spaces. These are not luxuries, but integral components of our well-being and shared identity. These factors contravene the principles outlined in the LPAT agreement and compromise the well-being of residents. The fourth ground of objection is the quantifiable disruptions that will take place in the increased construction time. As we discuss the impact, let us not overlook the tangible disruption caused by the current construction. Increased noise levels, missing traffic signalers, indiscriminate fire alarms, compromised air quality, frequent essential service breakdowns, hazards of mismanaged construction debris on public and private property, unavailable concierge are the daily upheavals faced by the residents that are not abstract grievances but quantifiable data points that demand attention. And finally, the community impact. The proposal neglects the broader impact on our community. Reduced exposure to sunlight, increased construction time, questionable safety practices, and diminished green spaces affect the overall neighborhood character, leading to a decline in the quality of life for all residents. Had the ongoing construction been managed acceptably for the Britton Place residents without causing as much disruption, the minor variance would have garnered favorable consideration. However, the construction-related inconveniences from this mismanaged endeavor have left the community residents with an undesirable experience, meriting no positive inclination. In conclusion, our objections are grounded in a commitment to upholding the agreements negotiated in good faith and adherence to the zoning bylaws that govern our community. It is important to note that these objections are not merely sentiments, but based on rigorous research and carefully vetted evidence. We have provided a comprehensive addendum with detailed studies and data supporting our claims, which we believe will further illuminate the gravity of our concerns. We implored the I implored the committee to scrutinize these objections closely, considering the legal ramifications in conjunction with the actual impact on the lives of those residing here. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Any question to this speaker? Do we have his address?
Sure, I can share my address. So I'm a resident of 33 ROSEHILL Avenue, Unit 2501.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thank
Through
you.
you, Madam Chair, that's all the speakers for today. We have made multiple attempts to contact Barbara Drakeland, but we have not been able to connect with them. So we will now go back to Tyler Peck, the agent.
Thank you. Just testing the audio again. Okay. I'm happy to address some of the comments and questions that were flagged in the neighborhood comments. I think on behalf of the owner, in terms of construction issues, obviously there have been pandemic disruptions in the time since the LPAT approval and throughout the site plan approval process, as well as an increase in construction costs have factored in as part of the review of this site. A clarification on construction timing, there's a requirement through the existing Section 37 agreement for the amenity pavilion to be constructed in full prior to the pulling of above-grade building permits for the residential tower. That was agreed so that the pool replacement would take place. So the construction program has been continued on that basis, and that is the sort of reason behind some of the sequencing of construction on the Breton Place site. There was tree removals required as part of the overall landscaping improvements on the lands. It was also in conjunction with necessary membrane revitalization of the existing membrane on the underground parking garage. That was done collectively as part of the landscaping improvements as part of the original application as well. I would note in terms of some of the comments from the last speaker on the shadow studies, those have been filed with the committee. There's a minor increase in the shadowing as a result of the additional floors, but the shadow impacts as a result of the minor variance application are largely within existing shadows in the neighborhood and have also been reviewed by city planning and deemed to be in conformity with the relevant shadow studies, or shadow policies rather, of the official plan. With respect to the original settlement agreement, there are a number of pillars of that agreement that, in its totality, were meeting these settlement parameters. They include the reduction of the podium height. There was an increase in the building height at the time of the settlement over 30 stories. The overall setbacks from the Rosehill frontage as well as the west lot line shared with the TTC lands, tower footprint and separation distances from existing building all maintained. The design of the site, driveway, pickup and drop-off area, parking access is off-street. None of that is changing with this proposed additional floors, with the exception of the provision of additional accessible parking. The extensive pedestrian walkway network is being maintained. That, again, coincided with the parking garage membrane replacement work, which was completed. And then again, the construction of the amenity pavilion was part of that overall settlement package. That's nearing completion. And I would also flag that the conveyance of parkland along Jakes Avenue has occurred, and the Section 37 contribution, as well as the proposed top-up that has been discussed with city planning staff, that's been earmarked for initiatives within the ward, and one of those is explicitly noted in the condition is affordable housing as well. So that, I think, answers most of the questions that I am able to, that are sort of fall under the purview of the 4 tests and of the application that's before the committee at this time. So I'll answer any questions at this point.
Any questions? Yes. We have first one, Mr. Wee.
Just a couple. First of all, just a question of clarification. The agreement, was it LPAT or OLT?
It was 2019, so it would have been the LPAT at that time, I believe.
Right, okay,
Yes.
sorry, because the different phrasing.
Yeah, I mean, the OLT is now the LPAT is now the OLT, so
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
it's interchangeable.
My second question was, is there anything specific in the area that has changed since then that means that the impact of increasing 4 stories is less impactful? I mean, I know that there's been general changes in policy, but I was wondering if there's something specific that you're pointing to.
I think the built form context of the area and the approved developments have changed as well. There's an approved 35-story building on Pleasant Boulevard to the north. There are additional buildings upwards of 50 stories that are approved at the Yonge and St. Clair node. So the overall transition is reflected in the proposed 35 stories as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Byatt has a question.
Just a couple of questions, if I may. One of the letters of opposition from 40 Rosehill, I believe it's from Vice President Ron Bushchak. In his letter of opposition, the first point he refers to is the building height was part of lengthy negotiations between the developer and various community groups, including tenants at Breton Hill, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, it was a community agreement, from what I understand from this letter of opposition, that 31 stories was approved, agreed upon. Now you're asking for 4 more. So far, I'm correct, I assume.
Yes,
So-
I mean, the building height was one of a number of items that were addressed through the settlement process that I
The
outlined.
agreement was for 31 stories, not more.
At the time, yes.
Okay. One of the things that we have seen at this committee over the past, probably the past year or so, is that we've had a few developments such as this, where community has been involved in the initial process and agreements have come up, agreements have been drawn, and then subsequently developers have come across and said, you know, we need additional 3 stories, 5 stories, 7 stories, whatever they are. There's one in the same neighborhood that I recall, I think it was last year, a similar issue. Lengthy negotiations go on between community and developers in the city and so on. Something's agreed upon. And then what we see is a little while later, developers have come back and said, we'd like additional stories. None of these, as one of the folks in opposition who's sitting here in the audience has mentioned, there's no indication of affordable units. You're not putting up 4 stories of affordable housing. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Okay. So I find that when we're dealing, look, I've been in business many years ago. I understand business. I think when, you know, the notion of my word is my bond, I think I take that very seriously. So when we have an agreement between community and development and city and so on, and everybody's happy, everybody signs off, and subsequently we get a change, I find that a little problematic. So I'm not sure what comments you have with regard to that.
I can just comment that context has changed. We're going through the application process that's before the committee to evaluate the variances that are before you at this time. There's 2 elements to it: the context, the change in the context, and then what this proposal is doing that's in line with all the other existing zoning approvals. The first is the change in the policy context, the change in the construction and need for housing context, and the third is the change in the built form context of the area that has occurred since the 2019 discussions. And the second is the continuation of those elements of the settlement that I noted, which are all being maintained, as well as, you know, continued top up of the Section 37 contribution, which has been earmarked for elements such as affordable housing in the community, community, and then continued work on the tenant communication and construction mitigation plan with the Tenants Association. So the spirit of the settlement is there. The change of the 4 floors has been adequately mitigated with the specific design of the typical floor plate. Looking through the impact of all of the individual variances, they meet the 4 tests, and then the continued work with the Tenants Association and the top-up of the agreement in terms of additional community contributions as a package.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have a couple of questions. I'm a little bit, no, I just want to be clear on the shared amenity. Is it an improvement or a deprovement?
So, I mean, we suggested it's an improvement,
Yes.
and what I've actually failed to mention that as part of the original requirements for the original approval, there are a number of improvements that are required to the existing buildings themselves as well. I believe party room and other factors that are under construction at this time. So that's being maintained. The amenity pavilion was constructed to replace the existing outdoor pool, which is the location of the approved tower building, and again that is under construction, scheduled to be opened in June of this year, or at the end of June of this year, and that again had to be constructed prior to being able to pull building permits for the residential building.
So it was outdoor pool before?
Correct.
And then now, is it all year round?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. They did not like, it seems that they do not like the depth, the water. But
I think that's a result of new building code issues, but I wouldn't want to get into the details of that. I'm not aware.
The other question is that the same property owner owns the other 2 buildings that they went to.
Correct.
I just want to know, are those market price or some of them are affordable?
I believe the existing
units?
buildings are market rental.
So there's no difference to what you're proposing? Yeah, okay.
There's, subject to the current rental, the Tenancy Act requirements, yeah.
Yes, and also you have really answered that, but I want to get it from you also. The reason for the extra story is purely in terms of construction cost increase.
There's a number of factors that I've been through. That is one of them. Providing an increased supply of rental housing, meeting contemporary policy and built form contexts, among others.
Larger units for maybe small family or
So the requirement in the zoning bylaw for the approved building, which is being maintained as part of this proposal, is for 50% to 2 bedrooms or greater, and as well as 10% 3-bedroom and greater. So we're at 53% 2 and 3 bedrooms, and more than 10%, I believe, 31 of the 299 units are proposed to be 3-bedroom units. So it's actually a higher proportion of family-sized units than is otherwise required or suggested by the city in their growing up guidelines.
Yeah. So also the other question is also in the last I do not know, I just say something like a decade or more. More new constructions are mainly focused on condos, and I do not. There's certain rental units coming up back into the into the what do you call that increase in the city or intensify. So, is there the only one rental units in that buildings, or your properties the very few?
In the neighborhood, I don't know the tenancy of all of the buildings in the immediate vicinity. The 2 existing buildings as well as the proposed building are all rental. Quadrille is owned by the BC Pension Fund, and it's a long-term investment in rental.
In the new developments, the other development that also rental, or they're all just condos?
The approved developments that I flagged in the height context map, those are condo developments.
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
my question.
not rental.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so we don't have any more questions. We are in committee now.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay. Okay, we can start with some
Thank you, Chair.
thoughts.
Perhaps I'll get the ball rolling. As I mentioned in my comments earlier, my question to the applicant,
Yeah.
This seems to be almost a pattern that's happening in the city right now. Agreements are drawn up for a particular size, and then we have this subsequent request for additional floor space. And I find it always a bit of a problem that when the community at large has been really engaged in trying to come up with a solution or an agreeable proposal, that we now seem to have backtracking on the part of developers. And I must say, I thank all the, we actually have about 9 or more people in opposition have written in, taken their time, including the folks that are here today in person. And as the second speaker mentioned, she would have been actually more amenable to being agreeable to this proposal had it been had there been any indication of affordable rental units. Yes, they're rental, but they're all market rent. And Yonge and St. Clair is not exactly an area where you can have market affordable rentals. So I find this application very problematic. And at this point in time, and I'm going to listen to my colleagues, I find it very difficult to support this application.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Wee, yeah.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of these, as my colleague has said, and I've voted in favor of a lot of these sort of additional floors for condos. All of the ones I've supported have either had no objections or they've actually had support from the neighborhood. They've had a letter from the neighborhood association saying they're supportive because they've been working closely with the developer. Also, I think most of the ones I've supported have not been a result of a LPAT or OLT agreement, but have rather just gone through the normal bylaw development process. So I take the point of the person who wrote in and said that really, in a sense, this is almost a reverse appeal. The OLT is supposed to be the superior court that people appeal to, but we're actually having an appeal from the OLT to the Committee of Adjustment, which feels somewhat backwards to me. And I mean, there are some reasons that this application is a good one. I mean, definitely additional rental housing is a good thing. Also appreciate the fact that they have increased the indoor amenity space and they're continuing the proportion of larger units, which I think is great. But as one of the objectives pointed out, there are actually an enormous amount of units going up in the area, so I'm not sure 34 would make that much difference. And in terms of the appropriate development of the area, I mean, yes, certainly more rental units near a subway is a good thing. But also I think it's important to consider that the appropriate development of an area also involves process. And that process being working with communities, coming to agreements, signing those agreements in good faith. And the point that it actually undermines the entire sort of negotiation process to have these things agreed to and then suddenly come back and ask for more, I think is a good one. I think it undermines the appropriate development of how our community should develop. So I don't think I can support this because of that process thing. I think the bylaw is very specific. It's not a general intent. We have a bylaw. The bylaw is extremely specific about what the intent is, and I don't think that we're necessarily meeting that intent either. So.
Actually, yeah, I like to respond to what you just said, but although it came from OLG and then they appealed to come back for minor variances, but I recall that we were told this is a proper process. If they consider a minor variance application, they're allowed to do that, and it is part of the process. That's one thing that we learned just in the recent training.
Yeah, I mean.
Second thing, I want to also, it's only a response to the observation about the opposition, although there are oppositions, but I read through most of the oppositions. Very seldom they actually mention the increase of the story, 4 stories, have any kind of planning impact. I sympathize with all the personal stories about construction, disturbance and all that. And I almost see those outside the process almost. It seems that very few people have mentioned specifically the 4 variances that they're asking for in terms of impact. And that's one of the observations I have.
Just to address that, I hear what you're saying. We have had variances from OLT decisions that were really minor, technical variances and such like that. But I think that the 4th story speaks to the heart of what that, what those negotiations were about, as opposed to a minor kind of adjustment.
What I mean is up for us to determine whether it is minor, right? Whether a sign up for the 4 tests, but the post they are allowed to apply and go through the process. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess that I take your point, and I guess what I would think is, in this context, to me, that process means that this is not minor, whereas in other contexts it might be.
I take your point. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Any other?
I have just a brief comment that I think takes me to the same place as Mr. Reed, which is that when I'm interpreting what is minor, I'm looking at, the way I was trained to do it as a lawyer was to look at the whole statutory scheme, and everything informs everything. It's all supposed to work together. And so if we have a process where people participate in a broad way in a site-specific zoning bylaw and they come to a settlement, and that has all kinds of features to it that are particular to it, like a larger notice period, more community consultation. When we're then using a more narrow process to change some parameter of what was agreed to, but it's really the same scope in a large project, I don't really see how it can be a minor variance. It's actually going back and seeking, I don't know, using a process that's not intended for the scope of the project as far as I see it. So I think it's relevant, not just in terms of looking at the impact, but what is really meant by minor. So I don't necessarily see this as a minor impact, because I think it kind of creates conflict and disharmony in the Planning Act if you allow this process to be used for these types of changes.
But I think you can disagree on the application on based on which they're asking for is not minor. I do not think that you can say because there's a flaw, or they will use the process into their advantage, because they allow this is part of what they're permitted to do. And that's what I think that what I want to be clear.
Sure, I have some comments, Chair. I actually support the application. I share some of the concerns that my colleagues have brought up. I do think that they're legitimate, and this is something we're seeing a lot more. But I do agree with your point that this is a legitimate process, even though it may not be the purest of kind of desires that's being pursued. I'm trying to look at it just from the impacts of these additional 4 stories, and I think that the shadow studies were very effective in showing that the incremental increase in those impacts are minor, and that are very minor. They're small small expansions to the shadow zones, and they move quickly, and servicing is not an issue. And additionally, that city planning has come out basically in support, right, with their one condition, and that results in a larger community contribution of cash, which I think is a positive thing. And I think to the agent's points about the policy context having changed and the kind of real situation on the ground, since this was approved in 2019 in principle, I think that is a fairly long time ago, even though it took longer to finalize those. So I think it's supportable.
Yeah, it seems it seems that I agree with Peter's analysis, although we can determine whether it's minor or not in terms of the planning, planning issues or planning impact. And then I think that is the only mandate we have. In terms of the process, if it is a legitimate path that they have taken, although I am not against community involvement, I think that the community actually, I can see from their point of view that it seems that the right to appeal, for example, is be taken away, and then they feel that they are cut out from the process. But that's not what for us to determine here. And but in terms of its development, it is young, although it's not white on Young or St. Clair, it is still a very, to me, they said the midtown, to me it's downtown. Because the town is expanding up, and then with this Eglinton line coming down, and it is a very desirable area for rental units. Although they say rental is not affordable, nothing is affordable anymore. Even the old apartment buildings, once they do a renovation, they don't have rent controls. In that sense, I think that to me, it puts me on the tip of thing that they look at the 4 variances. There's very few opposition point out to me that decrease of the parking, increase the height. They have a shadow study which I look at, and that is a slight impact. But there's not really any more, because the opposition also live in a rental units. And they're also high end in the area. It's quite a desirable area. So overall, I think that I can support this, but I let the other people make a motion and see how it goes.
I'll just say, like, I agree with a lot of what both sides have said in this case, or both kind of developing thought patterns that I've heard. But I guess the point I was making about the process wasn't about, you know, this may very well be the right process, but in terms of assessing the impact, it's a little bit hard to do because notice doesn't go out as far as it would in the other process. So when you're looking at a project of this scope, it seems like where we look at the other process and it has a bigger notice and it's designed to bring in more information about impact, it's a little bit difficult to use I don't know what's the best way to characterize this, more narrow process with less notice, because it doesn't bring in as much information.
It is a contradiction, honestly, because a lot of the decisions we make based on whether there are opposition or support in the community, then we take that into heart. But then sometimes we just say, oh, look at just the planning issues or the variances. We sort of turn the other way to determine whether it's minor or whether it fulfills the 4 tests and that kind of thing. So it is always a judgment question, I think. Okay. All right. Do we have a motion, or do we? Oh, okay, Mr. We have a motion.
Okay, so
there's some condition, but if you're going to make a motion for it.
yeah, well, I'm going to make a motion to not approve.
Okay.
I believe that, first of all, in the context of an OLT decision, this is not minor. The bylaw is very specific. I take the point of one of the objectors that really this should be going through the OLT itself, which I'm sure the developer will do, but I think that's the correct process. Okay. Because I think that this is a significant change to one of the key issues that was developed at the OLT. Clearly the height was one of the key issues that was negotiated. And in this context, making that change is not minor. So first of all that. Secondly, I think in terms of the bylaw is quite specific, so I'm not convinced that it's in the intent of the general intent of the zoning bylaw for this specific project. And finally, in terms of the general desirability of change of the neighborhood, I feel like it's desirable, especially for something that of this significant and has been negotiated this much, that any significant changes like this be negotiated in good faith with the neighborhood. So for those reasons, I move that we deny this application.
Okay, Mr. Bayer second, and all in favor? 3 to 2, I abstain.
I
Peter
dissent.
Reed is dissenting.
Yeah, Peter.
Yim Chan is dissenting.
Yeah, dissent, I dissent. So it's 3 to pass, refuse, sorry. Yeah.
The application has been refused, 3 to 2.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, the next item is number 2, 1639 Yonge Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 3-story building, the York School, by constructing a rear basement walkout with terrace and an interior alteration to configure some classroom spaces and convert the existing storage space in the basement into a relocated cafeteria and convert this existing cafeteria to the first story into a second gymnasium. They asked for 2 variances. And we also received from this, on this file, a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 8 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, and decision affecting the property, presentation material from the agent, and comment from the planning, development planning. And we are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
So Adrian Frank, you've been unmuted.
We cannot hear you.
Pardon me? Is the audio not working?
Now it's working. Can you, you have to start from the beginning, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And esteemed members of the committee. My name's Adrian Frank. My address is 250 Yonge Street, and I am speaking to you as counsel for the owner and applicant. We have several team members available if there are specific questions for them. Janet McMillan, the CFO of the York School, Ian Johns, the facilities manager. We have the head of school standing by as well as 2 architects with KPMB, Olga Pushkar and Muna Nawi, pardon me, Muna, both an experienced principal and designer who are esteemed members of the team. So, in broad strokes, this application is for a reconfiguration of internal space at the York School. We have presentation materials. I would ask the committee if those are necessary. I'm getting a head shakes. So in broad,
I was going
pardon
to
me.
just ask you that question, ask my members that questions, whether they require a presentation from you. Since you do not have any oppositions, so it seems that they really love to have a presentation, but they're not interested in it now. So, I think that we will get into questions if they have,
That sounds great.
No question, absolutely no questions? Okay, there's no question either. So you want to tell us something before I move it to into discussion?
Very briefly, this is a reconfiguration of space that allows an existing school to continue operating with enhanced capabilities, both for its students and its faculty. The impacts on the community essentially don't exist because there's no change in building envelope. I would commend to you the materials we've submitted and appreciate the committee's time. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much. So we are in committee now. It seems to be quite straightforward. Peter.
I'm happy to move approval of this, Chair. I think it's extremely straightforward. There's only 2 variances, and they're essentially the same variance, and all the work is internal. I think these are minor in amount and impact. So I move approval with the TTC condition.
Yeah, it's the TTC, they require a review. Second, please. Yeah, Mr. Reed second. Wilkins second. Mr. Wilkins second. All in favor? Yeah, approve unanimously. Yeah, thank you. So next item. Okay. It's 36 Grange Avenue. For this application, the purpose is to alter the existing three-story townhouse by constructing a rear three-story addition and to replace the existing rear one-story addition and a front basement walkout. There will be 2 residential units in this dwelling, one at the primary unit and also the secondary in the basement. They are seeking 5 variances. And on this file, we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 2 photographs of the property, and 3 protection plan. And we receive comment from transportation engineering and also from Metrolinx. It's an advisory comment.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. The agent has been unmuted.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, members. My name is Hong Xing Xin. I'm living in 2 Longevity Road in Brampton. I'm the agent on behalf of the property owner. We would like to request our minor variance for this proposed building addition and extension.
Yes.
So,
since you do not have any opposition, I want to check with the panel whether they require a presentation from you. No.
yes, sure, thank you.
They don't they don't
Yeah.
have a presentation, but they might have question. Yeah, we have one question from Mr. Reed.
I just noticed that there's 9 bedrooms in the main house. Is the plan for this to be a rooming house? I'm just curious.
No, I discussed with the owner because they have a little bit large family with 3 generations. They would like to have, these rooms, and also because the size of the property. So I think it's kind of adequate to have, a little bit more bedroom there. But
Okay,
to
thank
my
you.
understanding, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have one question. On the your zoning, it says it came from a waiver. Are you sure that this all the variances are correct, or how come it came from a waiver?
Yeah. What happened actually at the beginning, we submitted zoning review, and at that time we tried to save some time. We submitted the zoning waiver, and then when we received the zoning review, basically we basically submitted the zoning notice, and the zoning waiver actually does not really apply at this instance.
Do you understand?
Yeah, we have a zoning notice actually.
Okay. Maybe I cannot understand, but I like to interpret what it says. Is it because some changes came after the zoning notice, and then you just change your variances? So I don't understand what you just told me. Sorry.
Yeah, basically the zoning notice is the one the one you have in front of the screen. That's what we are applying for. That's the correct one.
Oh, okay. So are you sure that you're quite confident that those variances are what you need, right? That's fine.
Yes, exactly.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bayet, a question.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chair. I was just picking up on my colleague, Mr. Reed's observation about the number of bedrooms. Are you sure this is not a rooming house? Because when I look at the proposed, your drawings, by the way, are very difficult to read. A lot of the lettering is not very clear. But I'm looking at, I think it's proposed basement floor, proposed second floor, I think it is. There are a heck of a lot of bathrooms.
Yeah, we have a bathroom for each bedroom. And then we have, actually, if you think about the size of the floor plan, all the, I mean, all the bedroom size is fairly good size, right? So it's not kind of like a rooming house with a small, really small bedroom. So basically, I mean, to my knowledge, it's not a rooming house at this point.
I find that a bit difficult because, you know, I know some homes have large number of bathrooms because they're big homes, but to have 5 bathrooms on one floor, I believe the basement has a similar number of, or close to that. Third floor has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. You've got almost about 14 or 15 bathrooms in this house. It does seem a little strange.
Yeah, I agree with you, but because the size of the new property, right? So they have a really large lot. Actually, the lot is 160 feet long, right? And even with this addition, we still have more than 60 feet setback, right? So basically, with the size of the floor plan, I think it's a kind of, you know, a kind of we, you know, I mean, our bedroom, they prefer to have their washroom. I think that's what happened.
You know, if I may, just an observation, the lot size doesn't have much to do with the number of bathrooms you might want to have. I just find this is a bit problematic because then if it's a rooming house, that's fine, yeah, but the purpose in the application should indicate that. Somehow this doesn't seem to jive.
I mean, at this point, actually, I discussed with the owner because a rooming house would be really difficult for them to manage. They don't really, I mean, actually, based on my discussion with them, they don't really want to do a rooming house. Their family want to live there. That's why they have a large open space in the middle, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, what's before the committee today is for alterations to an existing 3-story townhouse dwelling with 2 residential dwelling units, 1 primary and 1 secondary. If anything else occurs on this site, then they'll have to be back before Committee of Adjustment if they're not in full compliance with the zoning bylaw.
And yeah, secondly, we look at the variances that the FSI seem to be high, yeah. It's quite a large, 4,000, almost 5,000 square feet house. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? So we don't have any more questions. Now we're in committee. And, yeah. So, yeah, it seems that, I mean, the FSI, it did 430.5, 1.51 times. It's quite a large house for maybe 2 units are not that bad and not too,
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, I have no problem if it was a rooming house. I just wanted to make sure that they were aware that, you know, they would have to do something. They'd have to have a different application or, you know, that things. But as Sabrina said, that's up to them, so.
Yes.
I have some comments. The variances do look large, but I think the context of this, especially this block, make them okay. There are a lot of existing buildings that go very deep into their lots, and this is a very urban site that backs onto the buildings that front onto Dundas. And so I think because of that, and because the lot is very long, I think it's supportable. I think the neighborhood context of these backs kind of going in and out, and the fact that there's no one on file in opposition to this, whether that's helpful or not, but I'm going to be supporting it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just to add to that, I mean, actually it's great to have a lot of people living in this space and create a building that will fit a lot of people in this very desirable neighborhood. So whether it's a family or not a family, I certainly support it. I think it's great, a good use of the space.
Okay, we have a motion then? Mr. Bayer has a.
Thank you, Chair. Despite my observation of number of bathrooms is rather perplexing, I think Secretary Treasurer's comments are very valid. What we have before us variances that are all, I think, all supportable, as my colleagues have mentioned as well. I don't think any of them are ones that cannot be supported. The use of the property subsequently, if there's any change, well, that will come before us again anyway. So I think this is supportable, and I'd like to move a motion to support. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to it at all.
No, yeah, because the metro lane is only advisory.
That's right.
Okay,
there's an
anyone
advisory.
second? Yeah, Peter, we second. All in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you. So we come to item number 4, which is 246 Torrens Avenue. For this purpose, the application is to alter the existing one-story detached auxiliary building, which is like a shed, in the rear yard by constructing a one-story east side addition for new CAMPBELL. And the existing detached two-story dwelling on the lot will remain unaltered. So they are looking for 2 variances. On the file, we receive a copy survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, 3 photographs of the property, and decision affecting the property. We've also received comment from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Trevor Gain.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the applicant and agent here on behalf of the owners.
Okay. Do we have any opposition? Anyone? No.
No registered speakers for this item.
Okay, we do not have any opposition to want to speak. Do you? No. Okay, the panel does not require a presentation. So do you want to address anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Not really extremely minor. It's kind of refreshing from hearing the other applications this morning. It's just a shed, an increased backyard amenity space, creating a canopy or a cabana rather for eventually a pool or whatever they want to enjoy their backyard with. So yeah, 2 variances, just a product of the location and coming off an existing shed that was built a few years ago. So just cleaning it all up.
Yeah, you have a forestry condition too. Well, you're aware of that. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
So we are in committee now. Okay, okay, Mr. Wee.
Yeah, this is really very minor. The side yard variance isn't really that significant, and actually the cabana is going to be lower than the existing shed, so I think it'll have very little impact. It'll be much like a garden shed would be anyway. So I'm going to move to support to approve this variance.
So Mr. Bayer second.
With forestry condition number 2.
Condition 2.
Yes,
yeah,
thanks.
I mentioned that. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Yes, thank you. All right, so we move to number 5, item 5, 111 Heath Street West. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story addition along the east side and the rear south walls of the dwelling, and a side west basement walkout. They are seeking 3 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, and site statistics from the agent, and 8 photographs of the property, and also copy of the letters or support of letters. And there we are. We are ready for the waiting.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair, we do have Monica Kuhn here in person and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, so you don't have any opposition. Do you want to check with, do you guys want a presentation? Any questions? Okay, we don't, no question? We don't have any question, or we do not need a, thank you for coming.
Oh, you're
anyway.
welcome.
And I don't have questions either, so you have one, good. Yeah. Can you speak a little bit?
I beg your pardon, mic off. I just have one question. It's just related to variance number 1. I wonder if you could just speak to that, soft landscaping.
Yes, no problem. So the landscaping is not changing. All of the pergola and the patio and everything have been there for years, but the city had no record of it being there, soft or hard. So the reason that the variance comes up is because we are putting in the basement walkout right beside the porch, and it's shifting over some of the hardscaping, softscaping, but it's not changing the total amount.
Existing, in other words, yeah.
Yes, it's all existing, yeah.
Good, thank you kindly.
Yeah.
And that's, it's a corner lot that actually there's more landscaping, soft landscaping there.
Yes.
That it will be counted, right? You cannot count those.
Yes, that's right.
area. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, there's no more question. We are in committee now. Let's have some motion. Okay, Mr. Bias.
Thank you, Chair. I'll jump on this one. I think this is a very reasonable application. My concern was always with soft landscaping, but very often it's existing circumstances, so I don't believe that's an issue. I think this is a very minor application, so I'd like to move approval. I don't believe there are any conditions at all.
I'll second. Mr. Peter Reed's a second. All in favor with no conditions. Approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 6. Number 6 is 316-36 Campbell Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the development standard of 26 mixed-use building, and it's approved by a site-specific bylaw by increasing the project average rent across the 21 affordable housing units, and they're seeking 3 variances. And on this file, we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 2 photographs of trees, a cover letter from the agent, an arborist report, and presentation material. We also received a copy of the site-specific bylaw. We received comments from community planning and also corresponding from community affordable housing as a solution.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. Michael Iani, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michael Iani of 20 Eglinton Avenue West. So we have prepared a presentation. It's under the late materials, if you could please put it up.
Excuse me, you do not have any opposition, and the panel doesn't seem to require presentation. So maybe you can just address. Yeah, if you have something to address us before we move into the discussion, you can do it now. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So in this case, just to give a quick review of the application, today we're just trying to vary the Section 37 agreement.
Yeah.
So currently it's at 80% AMR, and we're looking to get it to 100% AMR, as was agreed with the city councilor and city staff prior to it going to city council in July of 2022. Mm-hmm. So there was a technical error in where the incorrect AMR was included. Mm-hmm. And upon further investigation with staff, this error was noticed, and they requested the applicant to go to the the Committee of Adjustment in order to get this varied.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I read too. It's actually just
Yeah.
correct an error. So, and, oh, okay. That, oh, all right, so we have questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. You know, when I read the purpose and I see increasing the second part of that sentence, increasing the project average rent across 21 affordable housing units. Could you just explain to me what that means? I haven't a clue. What does that mean in terms of increasing the project average rent?
So as part of our Section 37 agreement, we have to provide 21 affordable housing units, and those will be conveyed and purchased to CAS. You may have seen a letter of support from CAS, who intends to purchase these units at a later date. And the agreed AMR, which is the average market rent, it was 100%. But unfortunately, when it was drafted and went to council, they included the 80% figure incorrectly. So that's why we're varying it today. We're just trying to get it at the 100%, which was originally agreed. And staff also provided a letter of support where they indicates that this was a mistake.
Rectifying errors.
Yes, we're rectifying the technical error.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, no more questions. We are in committee now. Okay, yes, Mr. Reed.
Well, obviously, when I first read this, I was a little concerned at the variance, but then I understood and I saw the report from staff confirming that this was just a technical error. So obviously, I think this is something that's very minor and definitely needs to be corrected. So I just want to move approval of the variance.
And the second, yeah, Mr. Wilkins, second. Yeah, all in favor? Approve with no conditions. Yeah. Okay, item number 7 is it's 60 Belvedere Avenue. Just let me get this here. The purpose for this application is to construct a new 2-story detached auxiliary building, which is like a garden suite, in the rear yard of a 3-story detached triplex. And they're seeking 8 variances. And on this file, we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, and 2 photographs of the property, and decision affecting the property, and TLAP order affecting the property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker. At this time, we have unmuted the agent.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Victor Gidberg. I'm the agent for this application, and I'm an architect. So yes, application in front of you to build a garden suite in the backyard of triplex under construction. And yeah, as Madam Chair mentioned, we're seeking for 8 variances, but I just want to emphasize it's variance number 3 through number 8, basically dealing with the same issue. The issue is that where the 4 meters height is permitted, we have 4.3 meters. So the height of our garden suite is just 30 centimeters higher than maximum permitted. So variance number 3 and number 7, as you can see, it's just rephrasing of the same thing. And 4, 5, and 6 are dealing with a 45-degree angle, which again triggered by the fact that we are 30 centimeters higher. So honestly, I discussed this issue with the zone examiner, and I thought we can utilize those variances in 1 or 2 rather than spreading them into 6 variances. But he disagreed, and he thought that this interpretation is more prudent. The variance number 1 is dealing with small deviation from the rear yard soft landscape, which again quite difficult to achieve on a small lot. I just want to mention that the proposed garden suite is really small, like it's slightly over 600 square feet on 2 floors, and the coverage is below 30 square meters, where maximum coverage permitted is 60 square meters. So it was challenging to accommodate decent dwelling. And as you can see from this facade, the way we did it, we put first floor below grade. So this minimized the impact on massiveness of the building. And yeah, and basically the entrance into the suite is by means of walk-up. So it's like half basement, and the height of both floors are minimal as well. So we thought the impact on like basically on, as you can see from the pictures, we submitted the, there's a very large structure on adjacent property at the rear, which sits practically on, not the previous picture, sits practically on the property line. Yeah, and the height is actually to the peak of this sloped roof is more than 4 meters. So I think that our structure will be actually look smaller than what already is there. Yeah, so that basically concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Yeah, we will listen to the speaker first, and then we'll come back to you, okay, for questions.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, we'll now hear from the owner of 37 Strader Avenue. McCollin, you've been unmuted.
My name is Mildred McCollin, and I'm at 37 Strader Avenue. I have a couple of questions, really, regarding, the first one was the soft landscaping. I don't see where there's a lot of space back there for soft landscaping, and I think it's really important because of the way that space is set up, as well as the setback. They want the setback to be less than what is required, and the height. They're saying the height is to the peak of the garage currently, but there's a difference between the peak and the width. So it's going to be like the main structure is now like a totem pole back there. I still think it's going to be high. And I don't see where that is necessary to have it that way. Saying as well that they are going to be putting the entrance like a half basement, half down, half up. The same thing is done on the main building, and it's the main floor of that building is almost to the second story of my house. So from my perspective, from where I'm sitting, it's just a place that it hasn't been tested, and I don't see where this is really necessary. And I think that I am not trained in this area, but I know from what I'm looking at here, it's something to be looked at. It's a new home. There's nothing tested there, and they're asking for these variances, which might seem small, but for a resident here, it isn't. The quality of life here is going to be affected.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You finished?
Yes.
Anyone have questions? I'd just like to find out, is your house directly behind? Is it like your address is 39?
37. 37.
Okay, so you're directly behind the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. All right. So, any more questions? Okay, then we can bring back the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute the agent.
Of our sorry, summary of our variances is 30 centimeters in height 30 centimeters in rear yard setback and 2.5% of deficiencies in soft yard landscape. So we did our best to comply with soft yard landscape, introducing permeable pavers where possible, and I guess 2.5% is very small and really minor deviation from 50% required. In terms of the rear yard setback, like we comply with both side yard setbacks and setback to the main building, but rear yard setback is just 1 foot short, and I think it's pretty reasonable for the area because like many structures, many accessory structures sits right on the property line, like this massive garage, concrete garage sits right on the property line. So overall, I think our proposal is reasonable, and yeah, the elevation of our second floor is not as high as the second floor of adjacent houses. Like we dig down 4 feet, so basically the first floor sits 4 feet below grade, and that makes a big difference for the massiveness of the house. Like theoretically it can go down into the ground even more, but then it's occupants of this tiny unit will feel like they're living in a basement, and that's not what we wanted. Like we wanted to create some decent building, but it's already very small and only 600 square feet.
The previous speaker also mentioned the landscaping, the soft landscaping in the rear yard. You haven't answered that question.
Oh,
and I do have the same question. Actually, I do not see on your site plan anywhere indicating your soft landscaping area.
Soft landscaping area, no, we submitted, so I don't know why it's not here. We submitted diagram to zone examiner because he requested that, and basically, as I said, like soft landscaping, we calculated is 47.52%. So the difference in soft landscaping is less than 1 meter between what's permitted and what we proposed. So it's.
Sorry, you said that you submitted something and then we do not have it here because on any of your site plan does not indicate any area of soft landscape.
Yeah, again, I'm surprised why it's not here because the zone examiner, he asked us to submit diagram, and it was part of.
But where is the diagram?
I don't know why it's not here. Like we did submit for zoning review. I don't know. Like maybe it's in yeah, for some reason it's not here. But again, as I said, like the deviation is very small. So basically,
no, it's not very small. It is not indicated. You only, from the number, you're only like 2% short. But from your site plan, I do not see where it should be. Most of the rear yard is soft landscaping, right?
I agree with you, but it was calculated by a zone examiner. Like it's not something that we signing waiver for that.
No,
it was.
It's not in front of us. We cannot.
So, can I ask, sort of following up on this, is it so I mean, we can see in the images that there's basically no soft landscaping at the moment. Is your intention to dig up this areas that are sort of gravel or whatever, and actually to do plantings in all the spaces that are not built up? Is that the idea?
Exactly, yes. It's all will be grass. So we only maintain small walkway, the minimum walkway, and this walkway will have permeable pavement. So practically any area which is not covered by construction will be either complete soft landscape or permeable pavers for very small sidewalk.
Okay, permeable pavers are great, but they don't count as soft landscaping. So so I just want to hear something very specific from you. I do see that there's space around the proposed garden suite, and there's space on one side, I assume, where the walkway will not be. What is your intention to create soft landscaping those spaces, because at the
Just,
moment they're
just
not.
sodding. It will be sodding, grass, all grass.
It'll be grass?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question. I think I won't dwell on the variance number 1, but variance number 3, the distance between the actual house and the proposed garden suite. You've got 5 meters as a request from 7.5 required. Is there some reason why your proposed garden suite was not pushed back further and then requiring or requesting perhaps a smaller rear yard setback?
Yeah, absolutely. I can answer this question. So first of all, we didn't want to push it back too far because we don't like it will affect adjacent structures. So digging too close, as you know, digging too close to adjacent structure could be potentially dangerous. The other reason, we wanted to maintain space at the rear yard, like decent space of 4 feet. The requirement for 7.5 meters, only the reason for this requirement is because we are over 4 meters in the height. So if you read variance number 7, it's basically rephrasing variance number 3. It says that garden suite is 4 meter, a minimum of 5 meters to less than 7.5 meters, and we are proposing 4.29. So if our garden suite would be 4 meters in height, then 5 meters is okay, it's not a variance. But this variance, again, like all other variances from a number 3 to number 8, are triggered by the fact that we are 30 centimeters above the maximum permitted height. So those 30 centimeters basically trigger variance number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Just another quick question, if I may. I just trying to see what the date was, but there was a refusal at one point. I think it's dated 2018. Was that the most recent refusal, or?
I can't really comment on that because this refusal related to the application for renovation of the main building, okay. And at that time, I wasn't involved in this process. Like they only engaged me in the architect only for garden suite. I hadn't.
Yeah, that was.
I wasn't involved in the design of the main building.
That refusal had nothing to do with the garden suite.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. It's a new application.
Okay. Yeah, my only concerns, I think, with your application is that it seems, when you look at variances 4 to 7 in the angular plane, what you're creating is a rather large block. And this is a feeling of massing, especially since the distance between the main house and the garden suite.
Mr. Bayat, can you keep it to the questions now? We are not in discussion.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, is that becomes a bit of a problem for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that we were in.
I don't know if the agent has any comment on that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Again, like as I said before, like we only 30 centimeters. I don't think that 30 centimeters make such a huge difference. Like it's probably quite negligible. In terms of being close to main house. Main house is the 3-story in height, so it's in terms of the massiveness of the proposed garden suite. I really think the garden suite is small, and so 30 centimeters is like if committee think it's a huge impact on adjacent properties, we probably can reduce it by let's say 6 inches, and then the variance will become. It's still angular plane variances would stay. Because
okay. Any more questions? Okay. We don't have any more questions. Now we are busy. Yes, Mr. Wee. Yes.
I understand our frustration at the lack of a landscaping plan, but there is plenty of room there for landscaping.
But we cannot. To me, it's an incomplete
I'm just,
application.
and overall, I actually think this is quite a clever way of minimizing the impact of creating a garden suite while minimizing the impact on quite a constrained lot. The rear, I'm glad that they have included a reasonable rear lot setback, and I don't think the variance is that significant. I think by kind of dropping it without actually making a basement, they've really minimized the impact on the neighboring properties. I take the applicant's note that the garage behind is actually quite large, and I don't think that this this building will show a lot of impact. I understand the neighbor's concern, but I think that once this is built, the actual impact will be fairly minimal, because the height variance is really quite low compared to just a one-story building. So overall, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a fairly clever way of getting a valuable garden suite into a constrained lot that is still large enough for a garden suite.
Okay, any more comments? I do have a comment. I do not think that it is minor, only because the garden suite bylaw, unlike the laneway suite bylaw, has been around longer, and then there are more tests whether the bylaw actually work. And the garden suite, the angular planes are very important. It's actually indicating that some sites are not suitable, because unlike he think that all the angular planes are the same variance, it's not. The angular planes dictates the different side, front, back, and the sides, and which means that it is designed to minimize any kind of impact to the neighbors. And also the lack of the soft landscaping plan, I see it almost as an incomplete application. For me, I actually think that they should submit a revised site plan, because then you have something to base on. Because the number is 47 point something percentage, is 18 square meter. It's quite large. I do not know that every inch maybe. Please take out the two stairs. One is to the basement, one is to and then you only have maximum. When I calculate the area, it's very hard to get the 18 square meter, and without the site plan, I think it's an incomplete application.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it should be noted that this went through a zoning review, and that if the committee is to approve this application, it is going to go through another review at the building permit stage. If the applicant cannot provide the 47.52% rear yard soft landscaping, and it's less than that, then they will have to apply.
I understand that, but then why do other people bother to produce a site plan then?
Well, they have submitted a site plan. Yeah. They just haven't indicated on their site plan where the soft landscaping is located in the rear yard. Okay. But it's not an incomplete application. The committee can review and render a decision today.
I understand. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Just to your comment about the angular plane, I would note that I agree with everything Dylan said. I think this is an elegant solution, the kind of half basement, which I haven't seen before, and I think it's a way of getting to the spirit of the bylaw. You'd mentioned the angular plane, and that was a concern of mine as well, but they've masked this in a way that it's just clipping the corners, I find, and so I think the impact of that angular plane penetration is really quite minor, and that's one of the reasons I support it as well.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think too, my colleague Mr. Reid, Peter Reid's comments about the angular plane, I think the idea, had they not had this submerged, semi-submerged structure, I think the angular plane issue would be much more apparent and egregious. But I think the way they've decided to do this one, sort of semi-submerged, I think works quite well. I am concerned about the distance between the main house and the structure itself. that 2-meter gap, because there's also a walkout from the main house. And there seems to be very little gap in between that and the walkout from the structure itself. And that's why I was wondering why this unit hadn't been pushed further back, because there is a garage at the property behind them that might have given them more space up in between the main house and the structure. So that would have been my main concern.
I suppose just when I'm thinking about the impact, I'm looking, there's the 3 very slight angular plane issues, and then there's the one larger one that shows up on the east elevation map. And then with that building, with that angular plane, the way it's set up, and with the building closer to the house, does that create like a structure in the middle of the backyards of all the neighboring houses? Like, looked at that from that perspective, the impact might be a bit bigger than you'd think at first.
Yeah, that's the, I think the reason for the angular planes is to try to because Garden Street does not have a laneway to breathe, right? So it is all surrounded by houses. So they have these angular planes that to minimize this adverse impact to the people around it. Yeah, that's the purpose of the angular plane, I think.
I think the biggest angular plane effect is actually the one facing the house.
The front, yeah.
So, in a sense, to me, that's kind of the property owner's choice.
No, there's almost no angular plane because the distance is so short.
Yeah.
Because the angular plane is measured from 7.5.
Yeah.
So it's almost, you can eliminate the whole house.
I mean, yeah, the impact is mostly on the actual house on the same property. So to me, that's the property owner's choice in a way. It impacts the property owner most.
I'd just add too, like, if this were 30 centimeters lower, then we wouldn't have these angular planes required, right? So it's an angular plane on 30 centimeters kind of, and I think that lessens the impact of it just because it's not, you know, a full second story.
Yes, Mr. Reed, yeah, motion, yeah.
So, given the reasons I discussed earlier, I move that we approve these variances.
Okay, anyone second? Peter, second?
No conditions? Sorry.
I don't believe there's any conditions, no.
I don't see any conditions.
We just have to state no conditions.
No conditions.
Approved
Okay.
with no conditions.
Approved with no conditions, okay.
Okay, all in favor? 3-2. Yeah, 3.
So
and I
Doug
dissent.
Wilkins has dissented, Yim Chen has dissented.
Yes. And 3 to approve with no conditions. Okay, next item. Number 16, let me get, number 8, right? Sorry. 16 Lower Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition and a rear 2nd-story balcony and a rear 1st-story deck, and which is on the roof of this 2-story addition, and to construct a 1-story auxiliary detached garage with a green roof. And they are seeking 2 variances. And on this file, we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, revised site plan, and 7 photographs, and cover letter from the agent, a decision affecting the property, arborist report, and also a corresponding from the agent. We receive comment from Urban Forestry, and also we have opposition, two oppositions on this item.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, Peter Milchin, and we do have 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Yes. Okay, we give us a presentation, 5 minutes. You have oppositions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Some members of the committee might remember this application was before you last fall and was turned down, and we took those comments that we received at that time to heart and made changes. So the the same types of variances as were before you before. One is for the rear yard landscaping. We've done a number of things to increase the soft landscaping in the rear yard from a previous application. We've reduced the footprint of the existing garage. Will be rebuilt as a new garage with a much smaller footprint. We've eliminated stone pavers, most of the stone pavers from the rear yard to encourage soft landscaping. And we've also, from the previous application, we've shortened the building depth. The building depth variance before you is to allow for a building depth of 22.56 meters. I'd like to point out to the committee, 22.56 meters is only on the ground floor. The second floor depth is 20.56 meters, and the third floor depth is 17.3 meters. So it's not, the building mass is not as great as a simple reading of the minor variance request might suggest. A couple of things I'd like to point out is for the soft landscaping, although it doesn't count towards the provision of soft landscaping, we will be putting a flat green roof over top of the new garage. And we'd be pleased to have the committee stipulate as a condition that the building has to be built substantially in accordance with the plans that are presented at committee. So that gives some assurance of the green roof actually coming to fruition. Mm-hmm. Also want to point out that the existing rear yard, as you can see on the existing site plan, is primarily composed of a series of stone terraces. There is very little soft landscaping in the rear yard as it exists today. So I believe we will actually have somewhat more soft landscaping with the new proposal than we have with the current condition, in large part because we are also reducing the size of the garage. There were comments from a couple from the ratepayers about soft landscaping. I think I've addressed those. And we have comments from number 12 Lowther, which is the property to the east, with concerns about the new addition at the rear. I'd like to point out to the committee that the distance between number 12, the rear of number 12, and the new addition is approximately 30 feet. So it's about 9 meters or so. So it's quite a substantial distance between the two structures. So while I understand the neighbors' concern about change, I don't think that this is a significant impact on them. And frankly, you know, there are other ways to intensify this property. If we were proposing a laneway suite, that would have far greater impact on a neighbor than what we're proposing. And I think the terracing of the addition with each level being shallower and shallower, I think that mitigates the impact substantially on the neighbors in number 12.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we will hold our question to you, and then let's listen to the opposition, and then we'll come back to you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, we will unmute Valerie Adamson.
Hello, my name is Valerie Grundy. I am at 21 Elgin Avenue, which sits directly behind 16 Lowther.
Okay. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Please give.
I think my biggest questions, two questions. One, with regards to the soft landscaping, it would appear to me that there's very little soft landscaping. My second question is that it would seem appropriate to me that a shadow study be done to investigate the actual impact of this on the properties 18, 20, 21 Lowther, because those are going to be the most affected, as well as number 12.
Okay. Yes.
Can they, can they,
Please continue, yes.
yeah, can they address the issue of shadow on the other three properties?
The agent will, yeah, after your presentation, the agent will be, yeah.
Okay, those are my questions.
Okay, yeah. So, this is the next.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute Beverly Abramson.
More than a minor.
Hi, hi, Beverly. You'll have to state
Hi.
your first and last name and the address that you reside at, and then you
Hi.
can start your presentation.
Yeah, my name is Beverly Abramson, and I'm at 22 Lowther. I am several doors away from number 16, but we're all concerned about the impact of the lessening of the space where it requires more landscaping. And we're also concerned about the shadow effect on our properties as well. These have not been minor variances, nor were they minor last time, and that's why we all opposed to it. We are very concerned about the privacy issue, and I don't know if that's been brought up because the property extends quite a bit, and I'm not sure how private our buildings are with this in place, with these new additions in place.
Okay, privacy. All right. Oh, all right. You have any more more presentation material? Okay, I think she's finished, right?
I think that the ratepayers and the neighbor at number 12 sent in considerably extensive letters to bring to fore the concerns that the neighborhood has with this issue. The other thing is there's quite an extensive mess and upheaval because of the building, and all of the people that use this laneway need to be assured that we have access to our garages via the laneway, and that the laneway will be prepared after all the work is finished, because we've had an awful lot of mess. I've had several flat tires from debris and so forth in my car, and we would like that to be addressed as well, if that's any part of this construction.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I think, any question to this speaker? No. No. Okay. Okay, we can go back to the agent. They have, yeah, you can respond to the.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding the concern from the person at 21 Elgin Avenue, the distance of the extended ground floor to the property line of number 21 Elgin is 14.7 meters. The distance of the rear yard, the functional rear yard of this property to the rear wall on the ground floor is 8.7 meters. There is a garage there. So we didn't do formal shadow studies. We didn't think it would be necessary, but I suggest to you that there is no substantial shadow impact from this development that would be unreasonable. In fact, it would be minimal. The sun rises in the east and is obstructed by tall buildings on Avenue Road. And as it proceeds throughout the day, from the south, the shadows would, if there is a shadow impact, it would primarily fall on this property itself, not so much on the neighbors. And obviously in the afternoon, the shadow would primarily fall on the shared laneway and the neighbor's driveway. So I think it's reasonable. In terms of the individual 22 Lowther, I think I've addressed the landscape, the shadows, privacy. We are erecting privacy screens on the two terraces at the second and third floor. And I'd also like to point out to the committee that other properties on the street have comparable depths of buildings, number 26, and it also has almost no soft landscaping in the rear yard. Number 32 has a comparable building depth, and number 36. So our proposal is not entirely out of keeping with a pattern of development along the street, and I don't think that the impacts are going to be significant on any of the neighbors.
All right, any question to this speaker? Yes, please.
Yeah, I know that this property is a little bit unusual because it includes the laneway in the property. Does that impact the percentage calculation of soft landscaping?
No, because the zoning examiner looked at the confines of the private property, not the property that is shared.
Okay.
But obviously, you see there's a very generous radius on that laneway, which frankly, if it was a city public laneway, you wouldn't see that. It would be a right angle. We're maintaining that. So there are constraints on the property to have more soft landscaping in the rear yard. And, we are living with the conditions as they exist today and trying to make the best of them, as I said, reducing the footprint of the garage, making it actually several feet lower than the current garage, implementing a green roof on it to help with the urban heat island effect and also provide some capacity for stormwater storage within that material. So I think the net for the neighbors is about the same, or in some respects maybe slightly improved. I'm sure they will completely disagree with that, but objectively I think we are doing things with the rear yard to make the conditions better than they are today.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? I actually have just to clarify something. As you suggesting to have some privacy screen on the east side only of the third and the
east, west, and south. So
yes,
the terrace on the second floor and the terrace on the third floor would have an opaque glass treatment.
And also, you mentioned that you're proposing a green roof on the roof of the garage. Which drawing that you said that we should tie it to? Did you say that you're proposing a green roof?
Yes.
Do you know which drawing that we can see that that you asked us to tie it to it?
I believe it was in the drawing package.
I can see A05B.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's all.
And as I said, we'd be perfectly happy if you imposed a condition that the project has to be built in accordance with, substantially in accordance with the plans that are before you today.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions? No, we don't have any more questions. We are in committee now. Okay, yes, okay. Mr. Wee, yeah.
This is interesting to me because I was at the previous committee, and I actually voted in favor of the previous proposal, but was voted down. But in some ways, my colleagues were actually correct, I think, because this is a somewhat improved plan, definitely in terms of the soft landscaping. Yes. And I think I proposed the green roof, so I'm glad to see that's incorporated as well. Yes. So for me, given that I already supported a not as good plan, I definitely think this one's reasonable. I think the point that there's other houses on the same street with the same depth is important. I think the depth looks worse because of the laneway. Mm-hmm. It looks like it's has a bigger impact, but the overall size of the lot, and compared to some other houses on the street, I think it's reasonable. I think the stepping back will mitigate the impact, both in massing and light, on the neighbors. I feel like they've done everything that's really possible in terms of soft landscaping, given the constraints of the lot. So overall, I'm in favor of this. I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
So you can have a motion to. Yes.
I just wanted to echo my colleagues' comments. I think both of us were sitting on the panel when this came before us, and the positive news is that the soft landscaping is more than doubled, and that's one way to look at it, even though the number itself it's not quite 50% or near it. But the stepping back of the rear, I think, makes a big difference as well. The changes in the garage structure, I think, makes a big difference. And unfortunately, I know on Lowther and some of the older properties along that there's a huge variation. I think this is a supportable application, and as the agent indicated, I think it's the revised plan. So if it's a motion that my colleague would like to put forward, I think that we tie to the revised plans.
And to the two conditions,
in
roof plan,
addition,
which is indicating the green roof.
it's on the revised plans.
And also a privacy screen for.
It's all in place actually in the revised plans. So
it's already in
as
place.
long as we tie it to the revised plans, the revised plans, I think, will be fine.
So are you seconding?
I'll certainly. I'll let Mr.
Oh, no motion.
I just wanted to allow my colleagues to comment before I made a motion. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve this.
Could I interrupt for a minute?
No.
I know that you're.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're in committee and we're about to hear a motion. We cannot hear from any other speakers at this time. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this based on the reasons I gave before, with the condition that it be substantially tied to site plans and elevations.
Okay, second.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is urban forestry number 2.
And forestry condition number 2, thank you.
And we can tie to site plan, roof plan, elevation plans.
Yeah. Yeah, and forestry condition number 2, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor with the conditions? Unanimously approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 9,
Could we perhaps a little?
We like to take a 5-minute.
Yeah, 5-minute break would be great. Thank you. Oh, I was just leaving over to ask you if you remembered this one. Yes, I remembered. I remembered our discussion the first time. Yeah, so it was definitely much better. I think we were right to.
So you converted him? No, I knew.
Well, I think.
When I saw him with the landscaping, I knew why he voted based on the landscaping.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, will we reconvene?
Okay.
So
item number
committee
nine.
members, turn on your videos, make sure your laptops are muted.
Yeah, we're back, and we have item number 9, 149 Denison Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition. They are looking for 3 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, and also 3 photographs of the property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, members. My name is Hong Xing. I'm living in 2 Longevity Road in Brampton. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner. We would like to request 3 minor variances to accommodate the proposed addition on the 2nd floor in the rear yard.
Okay, thank you. And since you do not have any oppositions, and I'm going to check whether the panel requires a presentation from you. Anyone wants a presentation? No. We do have questions, though. We have one question from Mr. Wade. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just confirming, variance 3, is that because of the 3rd floor inset balcony? Is that what it's related to?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No more questions, just wait. So we are ready to move it into a discussion. Do you want to address anything you want to address the panel now before we do that?
No.
No? Okay, now we are committee. Yes, Mr. Wade, yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I'm happy to bring a motion for approval. I think the variances being requested are minor, and they're really in keeping with this kind of tightly packed neighborhood. There's a lot of depths existing in this ballpark, and as well with the FSI numbers too. I think this is a defensible application and minor, and I move approval with no conditions.
Anyways, Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor with no condition. Approved unanimously. Okay, next item is number 10, 246 Dunvegan Road. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a east side partial 3rd floor addition, a rear south side 2-story addition, and an expanded rear ground floor patio, and a rear 3rd floor balcony, and also constructing a cabana in the rear yard. They're seeking 3 variances. So on this file, we receive copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, arborist report, and also presentation from the agent. We receive comment from Urban Forestry and support letter from 69 Old Forestry Road.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent, David Bronscale, online, as well as 1 registered speaker. At this time, we will unmute David Bronscale.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes. Since I think you have 1 opposition, maybe you can give us a brief presentation.
Thank you. Yes, we're not aware of any opposition, so I will go through it. I'm curious who's speaking, and then obviously I'll respond once I've heard from them. Because there has been some consultation in the neighborhood. Only as of today, Madam Chair, we also had a letter of support that came in from 257 Dunvegan, which is across the street. Obviously, it came in very late for us to be able to provide it in. So I just wanted to flag that we do have, it's a form letter of support, Madam Chair, but it is a letter of support from 257 across the street. This is, as you know, Madam Chair, an expansion of the structure. There are the 3 variances before you. Length, depth, which I think I would suggest you are related, and then the FSI. In the package of materials, Madam Chair, we've done what we often do for the panel is survey Committee of Adjustment decisions to give you the quantitative, i.e. the numbers, for these variances. Page 6 of the presentation, you'll see in this neighborhood, frankly, at 60.96, we are below many of the densities that are being approved in this area, which are in the 80s and 90s. And then I always note there's the one that I look at that's circled at 103. Sorry to staff. Yes, that's the page. Thank you, staff. So numerically, we're certainly well within the range. I do acknowledge we are a generously sized lot on the corner. So at 60.96, it is a bigger home. But again, these ratios or FSIs are intended to relate the size of the home to the size of the lot. And so just numerically, I would suggest to the committee it's not an overdevelopment of the lot. The slide above, we also included length and depth numbers, just so again, this is quantitative, and I'll speak to you in a minute just about the qualitative side of this. Again, this is just to give us a sense as to what is being approved in the neighborhood. Again, there's a whole range, and we think the 30.83 fits within that range. I also would acknowledge to the committee, I mean, I've worked on a few of these. The numbers are always a bit dangerous on length depth because they are so site specific in terms of what's being approved. Sometimes they're tied to plans, sometimes they're below grade structures. So we're always very careful about just the numbers. But we did do that canvassing so the committee has it available to just understand the quantitative side. On the qualitative side, if I could ask staff just to go to the last page, I do like the rendering. You can see what's being proposed here in terms of the older home and then the two-story, basically almost like a glass structure on the rear, intended to be obviously attached. It's an extension, but in some respects through the different style of materiality, intended that the existing structure maintains its prominence as, frankly, a lovely building. And so the extension is intended not to overwhelm the existing building, but complement it and ensure that that existing building stands out. If I could ask staff just to go back up in the presentation to page 2, and apologies for making the committee dizzy, but what is interesting about this corner lot, and what we've done on this page 2 is what we sometimes do for you, is you can see the red line. That's the as of right structure permission. Quite interesting on this corner lot. Technically, that's the envelope when you look at the different setbacks. Obviously, we're not building to that. You can see the existing structure is the light green. It doesn't comply with some of those existing standards today. And then the white box is what you see over on the right side for the proposed two-story addition. And then you can see on the bottom right the proposed cabana. And the variances before you don't include anything for setbacks for that cabana. It's just the length, depth, and then the overall FSI. The length, depth, this is the last thing I'll say, Madam Chair. They are a bit technical. You can see where they're measured. The red circles, if I can flag those for you, where we've circled those two dimensions, you can see that the length is measured from the front corner of the building. There's a line drawn perpendicular, then to the back corner of the building, again, a line drawn perpendicular. The depth from the front yard setback to then, again, that line drawn from the back corner. I'm just going to suggest to you the length and depth, they're a little bit exaggerated because if you just measured the length of the building from the front wall perpendicular down to the back of the two-story addition, it would be about 22 meters. So again, I'd have no... Thank you, Madam Chair. Last thing, I'd have no concern if the committee wanted to tie this to the site plan, just to ensure that what you see on the site plan is what you get, and somehow the massing isn't redistributed on the lot in a different way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Okay.
We're holding questions
Yeah,
until
we're
the
holding
next
question,
speaker?
yes.
Okay, so at this time, we will unmute Keith L. Ray.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for including me in this hearing this morning.
You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
My name is Keith Ray. I live at 263 Dunvegan Road, which is directly across the street from the subject property on the north. And the reason that I am requesting a hearing at this meeting this morning, I guess it's now afternoon, because my concern is the size of the size of the property of the building that's being built and the coverage. And quite frankly, Mr. Wengel, Mr. Wengel is the architect who built the house next door to me, which is number 69 Old Forest Hill Road. So my house is the last house on Dunvegan by number, and right next door to me, looking like it's on the same street, is 69 Old Forest Hill Road. So that's just the way the city was put together. The house, so I noted that number 69 gave a letter of approval, and now I just heard this morning that number 257 Dunvegan also gave a letter of approval, and I believe that the owner of that house has engaged Mr. Wengel to build a house for them, which is supposed to start sometime next year. And the house at 69 Old Forest Hill Road was also built by Mr. Wengel, or was designed by Mr. Wengel. My concern is the house at number 69 is a beautiful home. And if it was situated on 4 acres in the bridle path, it would be magnificent. But instead, it's shoehorned into also a large lot, a 75-foot lot, but it is overwhelming and overpowering for the community, and was not something that I was able to determine when I looked at the renderings, 5 years ago when this was done. So that leads to my concern with this house. The permitted floor space is 35%. The existing house, according to the information provided by the developer, is 42.71. And by the time they're finished with this addition, we're going to be up to 74. So that's like a 50% increase over what's there right now. And, 75% increase or something over what would have otherwise been permitted according to the regulations. So my concern is that it's just too big, and it'll be another big monster house sitting in the neighborhood, and it creates a distraction or detracts from the lovely stone traditional homes that are that populate that area. So those are my comments, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Yes. Now we can bring the agent back.
Yes.
Mr. Forsgren?
We will unmute David Bronscale.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. The previous speaker said that the house is too big.
I'm concerned, Madam Chair, that the previous speaker may not have accurate information, because he mentioned 0.74 is what's being proposed. It's not. It's 0.61. 0.74 is, and this is from our chart, our map, 78.34 was what was approved at 69 Old Forest Hill Road, adjacent to him. So I don't know where the 0.74 comes from, Madam Chair. It's 0.61. Numerically, and I won't spend time repeating myself, numerically, 0.61 is actually on the low end of FSIs in the area. I do recognize, as I said to you in my submissions, this will be a big house on a big lot, but the intent of that bylaw provision when we do FSI is to ensure that the house doesn't overwhelm the lot. I think numerically we've indicated that to the committee. But the second thing I'd add, and I hope this might cause the speaker some comfort, the site plan, he's not going to see that two-story addition across the street because the two-story addition is tucked in behind the existing home. And as you can see in any of the elevations and the renderings, is lower than the existing home. And again, I'm gonna say is subordinate to it. It's also pushed back from Old Forest Hill Road itself, as you can see on the site plan. So it's not built out close to the street. It's tucked back. There are street trees on Old Forest Hill Road. It is a beautiful, desirable treed neighborhood. I'm not sure how visible this is even going to be. So I can appreciate maybe concerns with what might be happening adjacent to him, but I don't think that's overall relevant to this application before you.
Okay. Thank you. Any question to the agent? No? So we don't have any more questions. We can move into discussion now. Okay, we are in committee right now. Yeah. So any comments and start? Yes, Ms. Byett, yes.
Perhaps I'll just start off with a couple of comments. I think Mr. Bronskill's presentation, it's a site plan that I'm looking at. This is an unusual lot, and it's again the issue of context. And I think this particular context, it's a large lot. Configuration is triangular almost, pie-shaped, and his point just momentarily a moment ago about the gentleman who called in opposition of concern is that when that person looks across the road, they won't really see the addition because it is at the back of the house. So I from that perspective, I see this not as a major issue. And I think
you have to speak to the microphone a little
Sorry.
bit more.
I beg your pardon. So yeah, I think this is a reasonable application. It sounds quite substantial, the depth of the building, but I think in the context of the site, it makes reasonable sense.
Yes. So, okay, any other comment? Okay, do we have a motion then?
Unless the colleagues have any comments, if they don't, I'd certainly like to move forward with a motion to approve. The only condition that's before us is forestry number 2.
Yeah, but the agent also suggests we tie the approval to.
We can take him up on that. We can take him up on that for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the site plan, yeah. Okay, second. Yeah, Mr. Weed, Peter Weed, second. Yeah. All in favor with that condition? 2 conditions. Thank you. Approved unanimously. Okay, number 11 is 319 Hyde Park Avenue. The purpose for this application is to construct a new 3-story detached apartment building containing 14 residential units with a front and rear balconies on the first, second, third stories. Also constructing a 1-story auxiliary building is a bike parking and storage. And they are seeking for 7 variances. And on the file, we receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and arborist report, and also the planning rationale from agent. Comments we received from transportation engineering and staff report from Metrolinx, and we have received opposition, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 oppositions, and we don't have any support. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here, David Engelman, in person, and then we do have what we believe are at least 3 registered speakers in opposition. Okay. So we will start with David.
Yes. You have some opposition, so give us a 5-minute presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair and committee members, good afternoon. Briefly, before I get into my presentation, I would just like to make an amendment to the notice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I would like to eliminate variance number 5,
Okay. Delete.
the maximum height, as well as variance number 6, the north side yard setback.
Okay.
So we are eliminating those variances.
All right. So that's good. Yeah. And then you're seeking 5 variances.
Correct, Madam Chair. So through you, I will provide a brief presentation. Good afternoon again. My name is David Eagleman. I am an associate and registered professional planner with Design Plan Services, Inc., 900 the East Mall Suite 300. And I did provide a detailed justification letter, which I would hope the committee has had a chance to review. But just before getting briefly into the variances, I will note site plan approval for this application. As a result of that, we started to go down the site plan approval process. We had a pre-consultation meeting with city staff. We received comments from city staff. We made revisions to the proposal as a result of those comments. And ultimately, it was determined that site plan approval was actually not required for this proposal. This proposal ended up being exempt from site plan approval. And on that basis, we moved forward with the Committee of Adjustment application. However, the plans that we moved forward with for the Committee of Adjustment application were the revised plans that were revised in order to address comments received from city departments, planning staff, and commenting agencies through the pre-consultation process. So in that vein, staff were already satisfied with the proposal by the time we submitted the committee application, and that continues to be the case considering the fact that planning staff have not issued a report for this application. I also did not see any comments from urban forestry, and transportation staff provided comments indicating they have no concerns or objections. I did also review the comments from Metrolinx. We have no concerns with their recommended conditions and are agreeable to their recommended conditions. Other than that, I'm not aware of any comments regarding this application from any other city departments, relevant commenting agencies. I am aware of the objections from the neighbors, and I will address those in speaking to the variances. So just very briefly in regards to, and I'll just note, we're providing 14 new residential rental units here on a site that at this point in time is currently vacant, in a residential neighborhood in close proximity to Dundas Street, which is a designated avenue within the city's official plan, in close proximity to transit. And in that respect, the number of visitor parking spaces, we aren't providing any parking spaces. Only 3 visitor spaces are required. Transportation staff have indicated no concerns. And we're just a stone's throw away from Dundas Street, which has a bus route that accesses the GO station just down Dundas, the TTC bus route 40, as well as the Bloor Street subway station. So this is in very close proximity to access to transit and has good access to the broader transit network of the city. The floor space index, the FSI of 1.18 times the lot area is an increase. However, it is distributed in a manner it's distributed over 3 floors. And the proposal includes a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. And a mix of units was something that planning staff did ask us to look at and provide. And really that mix of units and the number of units is what is triggering the FSI variance. The proposal complies with the minimum front yard setback, minimum rear yard setback, and most landscaping requirements, which further demonstrates that the proposed FSI is consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. I did provide a number of FSI approvals within my justification letter, but I will also note that what I did not provide in my justification letter is there is an approved development at 240 High Park Avenue, just down the street, for a conversion of a heritage place of worship that has at least 70 units within it. There is also, just in close proximity at 3001 Dundas Street, a 15-unit building. So there is development under construction or within the approvals pipeline currently, similar to what we're proposing, and we believe that this is a good application that represents good planning. I don't have time to really speak to the other variances, but again, it was spoken to within my justification letter. So it is my professional opinion that this application meets the 4 tests, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Yeah, we usually hold a question to you after we hear the other, but then there's one that actually relevant I'd like to ask right now to clarify it is you have deleted 2 variances. Variance number 6 is the setback. You delete 1 foot. Does it affect other variances?
So through you, Madam Chair, we believe that we can eliminate that side yard setback variance without actually making any revisions. We believe there was an error in the zoning review, and because there are no windows on that north side, the bylaw permits a setback of 0.45 meters, and we believe we're compliant with that at 0.6 meters. So we think we can eliminate that variance without actually revising anything.
Oh, I understand. So because I thought that you reduce the building size, and you affect your FSI, the length, and everything. But you don't have to.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we don't have to, although, we can, because actually we can theoretically make that side yard smaller at 0.45 as of right, there may be an opportunity to actually shorten the building and make it a little bit wider.
Understand. Okay, thank you. So, okay, we listen to other positions.
So can I just wanted the height elimination, is that just because you've revised the plan slightly so it's going to be lower?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, the height we will have to make a revision. We'll have to bring, once, if the committee chooses to approve this application, we'll have to revise the height such that we bring it down by just under a foot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we're going to unmute the owners at 318 Hyde Park Avenue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, Madam Chair and committee. I live at 318 Hyde Park Avenue. My name is Angelo Favretto. And, okay, the planner there has indicated what the size of the units will be. What my concerns are is how is the waste management going to be handled? Are there going to be 14 units, some 28 bins on the street on the Friday pickup, and which will not be kind of unsightly. And the other thing is that there's no parking space. And yeah, he quoted the buildings to the south. They have put in parking underneath. And underneath the structure that they're building. And the other thing is that there should be at least a minimum parking, and I believe in the spirit of the city going green that they should be all EV, and that way people in the area as they're going towards electric vehicles will have a place to dock. Especially for the people that live in those units. My other consideration was the impact of the schools with this influx of people there, and it's tight. It was tight since the late 80s, but seeing that it's only 1 and 2 bedrooms, I don't think there'll be too many children there. And those are my comments. Okay. The storage, and that there should be an effort to introduce more EV type of infrastructure by the builders.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Oh, no, next.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're going to unmute the solicitor representing Sam DeCaria. Hi, Jonathan. You've been unmuted.
Morning, members. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. As indicated, I represent Mr. DeCaria. Mr. DeCaria lives at 319 High Park Avenue, which, as you can see from the drawing, is immediately adjacent to the subject property. While my client opposes all of the requested variances, previously 7, now 5, the proposal should be denied particularly as a result of the FSI issue. The permitted FSI at this area is 0.6 times the area of the lot, which is roughly 450 meters squared. The proposed 14-unit apartment building is actually going to have a FSI equal to 1.18 times the area lot, so just over 883 meters square. As you can see, that doubles the maximum standard permitted under the applicable zoning. The proposed apartment building's densities, simply stated, it's going to be out of character for the existing neighborhood, with all of the adjacent properties at this time being single-family detached dwellings. I think it goes without saying that the density variance clearly doesn't meet the general intent and purpose of the applicable zoning, and in my respectful submission, the variances ought to be refused. When it comes to the general intent and purpose of the official plan, the Healthy Neighborhoods Policy, and its policy number 2311 of the OP, states that neighborhoods are low-density residential areas that are considered to be physically stable. This proposal disrupts that stability. It doubles the permitted maximum density, and by virtue of that, it doesn't meet this provision. In my respectful submission, this results in the negative impact that the Healthy Neighborhoods policies are designed specifically to prevent. Well, the OP I submit to you does permit limited intensification in neighborhoods. I think we can all agree 14 units is not limited intensification in this case, particularly when one considers the adjoining properties all being single-family dwellings. Additionally, I'd like to say that the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land in this case. In our view, this represents overdevelopment of the site. Again, we're doubling the permitted density. There's an inappropriate number of apartment units, and the prevailing building type in the area is single-family dwellings. All of the variances, the 5 remaining, don't satisfy the test for what is minor under the Planning Act, mainly because they set a new precedent in the area for apartment buildings, and they significantly alter the character of the neighborhood. They're not minor in importance, and they're certainly not minor in impact, and in our view, they ought to be refused. I'd like to use, and I'd also like to say, I think this is a more appropriate application for the rezoning process, and this ought not be done through a minor variance application. I would like to briefly touch on a few of the comments made by the applicant. The first is that the FSI is spread out over 3 floors. In my view, and in my submission to you, however the FSI is cut, it's immaterial. It doesn't meet the intent of the OP. It doesn't meet the intent of zoning, and it represents overdevelopment and significant intensification, and it is in no way limited, and it's certainly not minor. I also want to point out, and I won't get into each of them because I have less than a minute, and I want to be respectful of the committee's time, but a number of the comparables that were provided by the developer, or rather by the applicants, are significantly closer to Dundas Street. And that's a particular import here for the reasons that we're dealing with High Park Avenue, which has a particular character. That particular character is of single-family dwellings. And while there is some level of proximity to those developments referenced by the applicant, it does need to be taken into consideration that in all of those developments and all of those variances are closer to a street with a significantly different character. Having regard to the fact that my time is running out, subject to any questions the committee may have, that's all I had intended to say.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? No. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will now unmute Brian Anderson.
Hello?
Hi, Brian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I have a quick question. Are you speaking on behalf of the residents at 314 High Park and 321 High Park?
No, just 315. And following me, the resident at 321 will speak.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the third one is sick today and may not be able to get on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Brian Anderson. I live at 315 High Park Avenue. That is 2 houses south of 319. We've been in this neighborhood for many years, and we were attracted to the beautiful homes and wide tree-lined houses of High Park Avenue. Over the period of many years, it's gone from not so nice an area to it was an arts community, and now it's a restaurant destination. There, in the neighborhood, addressing the shortage of housing, there are many condos and apartments being built along Dundas. These are mid-rise. And there's some that are infill residences, and there is a lot going on in this neighborhood. And this 14-unit apartment building does not fit. It is huge. As Jonathan indicated, the FSI is really not acceptable. The condos that are being made are also likely to become, a lot of them, rental apartments. I don't think we need a 14-unit apartment on a 40-foot lot in a residential area. Again, the FSI and its encroachment on neighboring properties sets an undesirable precedent for the future development of this fine area. The adjacent backyard properties will be overwhelmed by this proposed brick wall intruding next door where trees and grasses used to grow. I hope you will deny all these variances, please. Thank you.
Any questions?
Through you, Madam Chair, we will move to Ann Pick.
Anne may not be available. She is.
Okay, well, we'll hear from her. Just give us a second.
Hello?
Hi, Anne. Do you want to speak, or
Yes.
are you observing?
Yes, I do.
You want to speak?
No.
Okay.
I want to speak, thanks.
Okay, so just state your first and last name and the municipal address that you reside at, and then you can start.
My name's Ann Pick, and I live at 314 High Park Avenue, which is a single-family home, but a multi-generational home. And I want to speak to the fact of the quantitative and qualitative sides of this argument. I think the quantity, as has been suggested by many people, is way too large. This neighborhood doesn't need 500 square foot little boxes for single people. People come to this neighborhood when they want to start having children. And 2 and 3 bedroom apartments are what is desired and sought after. My children had to move from 65 High Park Avenue because there's a tremendous amount of infill happening down there, and they could no longer afford the apartments. So one question is affordability. I'm not sure these 14 apartments will be affordable, and they're certainly too small. The character of this street, it's one of the most historic treed boulevards in the city. And the way we have accommodated, it's not just single family homes. There have been large single family homes on the west side and a lot of smaller homes on the east side. And traditionally, these houses have been split up into apartments. They still look like grand old West End High Park homes, but they maintain their character on the street. They retain all the trees not only on the boulevard, but in their front and backyards. It's a very green area, and we have many, many rental apartments already on this street in those existing large houses. And as Brian mentioned, there's been a lot of rental development on Dundas, right at High Park Avenue and just east and west, and there's more infill happening around High Park. There's a lot of renovation of large houses on the street where additions are being put in, and coach houses and laneway houses. There's a lot of density increase happening in this neighborhood without putting in 14 tiny units, which are not they just don't fit in with what's already happening. So nobody is opposed to, we need affordable housing. I question whether these will be affordable. They're definitely too small, and there's too many for the size of this lot. He referenced the church building at the end. The church building exists. It wasn't knocked down as this beautiful old century farmhouse was knocked down quickly overnight, inexplicably. They added on to the side and to the front structure of High Park and worked with the neighborhood to keep that as a very low-rise building. That's the only major development on High Park Avenue, apart from the huge density increase that is going to happen around 65 High Park, the whole block between Glen Lake and Bloor, High Park across to Oakmount. It's going to increase by about 7,000 people already under approved city plans. So the density in this area is huge. The facilities are already overcrowded. There's minimal recreation centers and they're already overused. The schools are at capacity. There's a huge issue. This is not a single family neighborhood, single home family neighborhood that is low in density. There's huge density, and we have to be careful about the kind of density we allow to go forward in the future. And I just think this particular design and application is totally inappropriate for the size of the lot and the street. So I thank you for taking this into consideration, and look forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No.
Through you, Madam Chair. At this time, we're going to unmute Eugene and Janik Maxim. They're the residents at 321 High Park Avenue, just to see if they want to speak.
They're from the same address.
Same address? Yep.
Yeah.
Hello? Janik or Eugene, you've been unmuted. Have they left?
Janik or Eugene, you've been unmuted. Please try to speak.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've made multiple attempts to try and connect with the residents. I think at this time we'll move on to the agent.
Yeah. Can you respond to the concerns that raised? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So through you, Madam Chair, and I noticed this through going through the objection letter submitted to this application, that a recurring theme through a number of the neighbors who have raised concerns with this application is they seem to be concerned with the fact that this is an apartment building and the fact that there are 14 units within this building. However, the building type being an apartment building and the number of units are permitted by the bylaw. There's no restriction on that. So the FSI relates to the gross floor area, yes, but theoretically, if you could fit 14 units within the maximum permitted FSI, then you can have 14 units here as of right on this property. So the apartment building and the number of units is not something that is an issue pertaining to the specific variances that we're seeking. And just in terms of the FSI, we've now eliminated the height variance. We've eliminated the side yard setback variance. And I'll note that in regards, despite the building depth variance, this building will actually have a rear yard setback that is 17.75 meters larger than the minimum required rear yard setback. So in terms of the building footprint and the building envelope, the apartment building is largely within that as of right envelope, except for the maximum permitted FSI. And that further demonstrates that the proposed FSI is not an overdevelopment of the lot and is an appropriate form of intensification on this lot. And I'll also point out, you know, just across the street and a little bit further north, 332 High Park Avenue is a 4-story building with multiple residential units. And that has an FSI of 1.346 times the lot area, 917.7 square meters. So this isn't, and again, I'll point to the development just south at 240 High Park Avenue. That's approximately 70 residential units. Yes, it's a different development. It's a lot more intensified. However, it demonstrates that this area is experiencing intensification. And this is an appropriate form of intensification on this lot in a 3-story building that is in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood, where it consists of single detached houses as well as apartment buildings and other multi-unit residential buildings. And once again, the building type being an apartment building is permitted here, as well as the number of units. So really in reference to the concerns about this being an overdevelopment of the lot and not being appropriate, I frankly disagree. A key policy in the official plan is that neighborhoods are stable, but they are not static, and they are to experience change over time. And as we all know, we are dealing with a housing crisis on our hands, and providing 14 units on this lot is appropriate and will provide for an increase in the rental housing stock within the area. In reference just to some of the comments about the no parking, we are not required to provide any parking other than 3 visitor spaces. We chose not to provide that. There is street parking available, and transportation has raised no concerns. Regarding waste management, the garbage will be stored within the accessory structure in the rear yard and then will be brought out to the street. Although that doesn't really pertain to the variances. And then I don't want to speak to the school's capacities in the area, the amenities. I mean, I have seen no evidence or have not received any comments from city staff to indicate that there's a lack of school capacity, there's a lack of amenities, there's a lack of services that can support these additional units. So I don't really know where those comments are coming from the neighbors. And to the contrary, this is in close proximity to transit with access to effectively the entire city through the city's transit system. And I'll lastly just point out that it seems the solicitor for one of the neighbors seems to suggest that this is far away from Dundas Street. However, you know, this is a couple houses down from Dundas Street. It's in very close proximity to Dundas Street. So those are my comments. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
I do have a question before. Actually, when you mentioned that you can eliminate the side yard setback, I think that you should get careful. Maybe you still need it because on your elevations, true, north elevation, no openings, but on your plans, they're actually bedrooms and have a lot, and stairs, you do have openings. So unless you revise your design so that your bedroom will not have any windows, otherwise, I think maybe it's safe to have that.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we are comfortable still eliminating that variance. I thank you for pointing that out. We were aware of that, but we are willing to and are able to shift things around such that there will be no windows on that north side.
Okay, so the bedroom might be relocated. Okay, that's just to warn you because I see that openings everywhere there. Okay. And any question to the speaker? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we don't have any more questions. We are in committee now. Okay, let's have some comment. Yes.
Excuse me. Thanks, Chair. I can start.
Yeah.
I think this is a great proposal. I think obviously the agent was talking about how pre-consultation meeting with staff, and I think it shows. I think there's been a lot that's been contemplated and actually inserted into this plan. The waste management part is really good, and the balcony locations and lack of overlook. And I think the fact that there's the only real dimensional variance that's being requested is depth, and it's a minor increase. I think, yeah, I understand the people's concerns about having 14 units on this street, but I think this is completely in line with where the city's policies are heading. And I think it's a well-designed building that will fit in and be an actual benefit to the neighborhood, with variances that are minor, in my opinion.
Yes, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Byatt, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to agree with my colleague. First of all, in terms of the impact, it's a 3-story building. It fits actually quite well. There's a lot of other 3-story buildings, admittedly with dormers and such, but it's not over. I mean, and it's not even asking for a height variance anymore. So it really fits quite well. It's a large lot. It's not especially. It's slightly deeper than zoning, but really not especially. In terms of the size of the units, I think it's actually really positive to have some smaller units available as well as large units in the area. Mm-hmm. It brings really useful density in really quite a modest size, which I think is great. In terms of parking, there's street parking, so visitors should be able to find space. It's really very close to Dundas Street, so bringing useful density to an area near a main street. Yeah, and in terms of the massing, the height is now as of right. The depth is hardly large. I mean, basically, the impact it's going to have on the neighbors could be had by an as of right building effectively. So I don't think that's an issue. I would encourage. I see the point of getting rid of the side yard variance, but I would encourage the builders to continue giving a little bit of extra space, as the current plans are, and not expanding, because it will have some impact on the northern neighbor. So I hope that they will stick to the 0.6 side yard variance on the north side. Other than that, yeah, no, I think it's a thoughtful and valuable addition to the street, and I think it will fit in the street. I mean, I know the neighbors, it's not something they used to, but there are a lot of apartment buildings on streets like this, and it's a wide street. I don't think the visual impact is going to be very great. So I think once it's built, it will fit in quite well.
Okay. Mr. Byatt, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to again echo a little bit of what my colleagues have said. One of the comments that was made, of course, was that these are single-family homes, and one of the folks in opposition that was online actually just brought back to memory that a lot of these beautiful older homes are not single-family dwellings anymore. Many of them have, and she pointed it out, that they have been chopped up into rental units. So it's multiple family units or residential units. The design of this structure, the new proposed structure, is of course different to what we see in the older homes. I think that's essentially what's happening. There's a certain change. I think it's quite an appropriate structure for the area. And I just note also that it's just under 100 meters from Dundas Street. It's 100 meters, not much.
Yeah.
It's the kind of unit that I think will also add to a lot of the vibrancy of that section of Dundas, which is a lovely commercial strip with a lot of privately owned businesses as well. So I don't have any concern with this. The only thing I was going to look at or was concerned about was that the second and third floors at the rear, their balconies. So those I would add a condition that there be privacy screens on the north and south side. Other than that, I think this is a supportable application.
But would that be only just the first floor? Because the other two floors, they have a wall right on there.
It could be just on the one side.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure that will, then also that side is recessed, so it's quite further away from the adjacent neighbor.
As I'm looking at the south elevation, it looks like the balconies on the second and third stories. Yeah. Maybe the agent will be able to respond to that one. There is a third story balcony, and I think it's on the, I have a feeling it's on the front of the building. I can't quite make out from this one. Maybe the agent will be able to help with that. Mm-hmm. But that's the only concerns I would have. Said there's some privacy screening. Yeah. May just be on one side of the building.
Okay, all right, there'll be a committee anyway, but my response to this one is that the balconies are very, what do you call that, not too deep, very narrow. So secondly, they are set back from both sides quite far. Then you're looking into a big backyard. I don't think the buildings there is like a schoolyard or something.
May not be necessary.
That's what my feeling. I'm not too sure. What do you think? Imposing the.
I understand what you're saying. I think they are set back from the sides of the building, and the minor depth I think does limit the potential for overlook and active use. I don't feel strongly either way.
So, okay, we have amended agendas. Does anyone want to make a motion then? Or any other comments? Yeah.
Just a quick one. I wonder if we could just ask the agent about the balconies so that either we have the condition for screening or not. I wonder if we could ask the agent to
get out of
clarify.
a discussion and ask do you have a comment on that?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, the discussion is around the rear third story balcony. The first and second floors are screened by an architectural element around those balconies. So it'd really just be the third story balcony at the rear that would need privacy screening if you feel that it's necessary. But I do agree with Madam Chair's comments that the balconies are set back on both sides from the exterior main walls, and they are permitted as of right in terms of the size, location, and so forth. So I think we'd be acceptable to a condition for the third story balcony at the rear, but I would think it not be as necessary.
Thank you. I think your point is well taken. Thank you.
So we do have a motion, right, Mr. Byett?
Certainly, I'll Mr. Reed's okay. I'll put forward a moment. I think this is a reasonably good application. I'd like to move for approval of this application as amended. I believe the only condition, and this is a Metrolinx condition, not an advisory piece. Other than that, there are no other conditions attached.
Anyone second? Okay. Both Dylan, we second, yeah. And all in favor with the amended agenda? Unanimously approved, yes. Okay, thank you so much. Approved. Yeah.
Have a great day.
Okay, now we move to item number 12, which is 18 Brownlow Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the development standard for 21-story residential building and to permit an increased footprint and height of the mechanical unit, mechanical penthouse with a reduced setback to the north of only the mechanical penthouse. They are looking for 2 variances. On this file, we also receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and decisions affecting the property, arborist report, planning justification by the agent, presentation material, and also revised diagram 4. We received comment from third-party project review Metrolinx. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Mona Al-Sharari.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Mona Al-Sharari and I'm a senior planner at BOWSFIELD Incorporated. Our offices are located at 3 Church Street. As mentioned, I do have a presentation prepared, but I am mindful of the committee's time this afternoon. So I'm happy to walk you through the proposal and the variances, or I'm happy to also just go to the question period.
Okay.
Please let me know how you would like me to proceed.
Yeah, you have question, no presentation, but we do have a question for you.
Hi, just a question. So I went through all the materials, but nowhere could I find, and possibly I just missed it, but why is this variance necessary? What was the change that required a change to the mechanical penthouse, which will be like fairly substantial, 5 meters, which is almost 2 stories?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the reason for this variance is because when the application was originally approved, we weren't at the site plan stage yet, so we didn't have any input from mechanical engineers. As we went and progressed through the application, their input came back and advised us that we do need a larger mechanical penthouse. And just to clarify, the actual height of the mechanical penthouse is 71.3 meters, but we're increasing the area to the north where it perhaps extends beyond. So really it's a 2-meter increase and not a 5-meter of the actual mechanical area.
Okay, thank you. Second question, on page 6 of the BOWSFIELD's justification report, there's a comment relating to variance 2 that says, is this correct as this supposes a 5-meter change? I do not recall that big an expansion of the MPH. I was just wondering if you could address that comment.
Through you, Madam Chair, I haven't seen the comment. If you could just, staff can point me to it, that would be great.
Page 6 of the BOWSFIELD's justification report, E4. Sorry, yeah, it's right there.
I believe this is an error. It's not supposed to be there.
I know, but now I am curious as to, given that one of the people was asking this question, now I'm curious as to whether the full change is required. This big an expansion is required.
So yeah, it is required through you, Madam Chair. It's just the north lot line setback, and the reason it's like the expansion of the north. If you can go to the revised diagram 4, that would be helpful. Or actually, if you please just go to page 7 of the 6 of the presentation. Sorry, the previous page. Thank you, staff. So you can sort of see the increase of the mechanical penthouse on the diagram to your left-hand side to the north. That's where it's been increased. And this is what we're requesting today based on the information that we got from the mechanical engineer, which is required for the operation of this building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay. Comment, Peter? Yes.
Sure, thanks. I'm glad that the applicant called up that revised diagram 4 and previously approved one, because I think that clarifies for me what the change is. And so part of it is really quite minor, and then the northwest corner is a slightly higher request. But I do see this as a technical variance, and I understand that buildings, the design of buildings evolves as they get into more detail, and I think the impacts of allowing this are very minor. So I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
Yeah, no, and second, please. Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor? No conditions. Yes, approved unanimously. Okay, thank you. Next item is 1701 Bathurst Street. And okay, this 13, getting tired now. The purpose for this application is to convert the existing 3-story, 11-unit building into a 15-unit building through interior alteration on the 2nd and 1st stories. They are seeking for 2 variances. On this file, we also receive a copy of survey site plans, floor plan elevation, 2 photographs, and decision affecting the property, and also OMB decision, rental unit demolition conversion form, and also we receive comment from transportation engineer.
Through you, Madam Chair, we just have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we will unmute Joseph Battaglia.
Okay.
Hello?
So, we...
Hello?
Yeah. You do not have any opposition. I'm going to check whether the panel require... What? Name and address. Oh, yeah, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Joseph Battaglia, 1050 McNichol Avenue, Scarborough, Ontario.
Okay.
Unit 14.
Okay, thank you. So, do you? I have a question. You have question. We do not need a representation from you, but we do have questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. My question is just about if there are any rental replacement policy requirements as a result of this proposed work.
Well, whatever rental rules are, my client will follow whatever the rules are. He's not looking to break any rules. So if they require alternate accommodation, my client will seek to provide such.
Okay, but you haven't had any input from city staff on that at this point.
The staff report indicated some kind of landlord and tenant negotiations to provide accommodation in case any of the tenants require it. But the situation is that my client is not really objecting to that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So, any more questions? Yeah, we're ready to move into discussion. Do you have anything you want to address the panel?
There's one thing, the number of units is 14, not 15. So 14 units.
So are we going to amend that? Just wait, it's 14 or totally?
14 and 14 parking spaces. Is that correct? Is it 14? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, is this an amendment that it's going from 11 units to 14 units?
That is the correct number. My client neglected to, he had a superintendent unit that for some reason or other added that.
But On your first floor plan, A7, it's indicating a 15 unit, number 15.
Yes, but my client asked me to correct the number. And I think we've notified the city. So it's just a correction in the number. I mean, it's not.
No, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at the drawing A7, can you start bringing up A7? It's indicating that those numbers are number of the units, right?
Yeah.
13, 14, up to 15. The upper right, yeah. It's still 14 or 15?
Well, the number is wrong on the drawing.
Oh, wrong. Okay, if he said 14 is,
okay.
I don't know. No. If it's 14, you can only build 14. You know that, right? Number.
Yeah, but yeah, but that's what my client said. So.
Okay. All right.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, then the purpose of application will then read to convert the existing 3-story 11-unit building into a 14-unit building through interior alterations on the 2nd and 3rd stories. And variance number 1 will be amended to read, in this case, there will be 14 dwelling units on the lot.
Yes, yeah. That's it.
Okay.
All right, you're happy with that? Okay, let's continue. So anything else you want to address?
Not really. We're not changing any of the exterior appearance of the building, and it's all internal. So.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Now we are in committee. That's it. Yeah. All right, Mr. Bayat. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. To start this off, I think this is a very straightforward application.
Yeah.
Essentially, sorry, I beg your pardon. I think this is a very straightforward application. The agent has noted that it's all internal changes that are being taking place. The notion that we'll have increased number of units, that's a positive sign. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this particular application either. So I think it's a fully supportable one.
Mm-hmm. Are there any second? Yeah, Peter Wade, second. Yeah.
So approved as amended?
As amended.
As amended.
No conditions?
No conditions.
All in favor? Unanimously approved. It's approved. Thank you. Okay, the next, do we need a break or no? Okay, number 14 then. Is 630 Washington Road. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd floor addition, front and side and rear 3-story addition, and also to construct a cover front porch with stair and a front 2nd-story partially covered roof deck and a rear basement walkout and a rear ground floor deck and a rear 2nd floor balcony. And they are asking for 10 variances. On this file, we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a tree protection plan, and presentation material from the agent. We receive opposition, 4 oppositions.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 3 registered speakers in opposition.
Okay. Let's have the agent. We are ready.
Hi, Madam Chair. My name is Nushin Mozaffari. I'm from Hyphen Studio. I'm here on behalf of my client, owner of 630 Rushton Road.
Yes. Did you give us your address, your own address?
My address is 3429 Yonge Street.
Okay, thank you. So you do have some opposition. Can you give us a presentation for maximum 5 minutes, please? Yeah.
Yes, sure. As you mentioned, this is an addition renovation project. What we have basically done is to keep the side walls on the existing location and adding a portion to the rear and also to the third floor of the existing house. And as a result, we are asking for these requested variances, which may seem to be exaggerated at the first glance, but if I want to summarize the variances, basically variance number 1, 2, 5, and 8 are all about the setbacks on both sides for the building, for the deck, for the porch, and eaves, which are all basically this, the same item. Variance number 3 is for the wall height, which is 0.5 meter higher than the allowed. Variance number 4 is for the FSI, which is in keeping with the other approved cases in the neighborhood, and we have provided some similar cases just as an example. Variance number 6 and 9 are for the landscaping and soft landscaping of the front yard, which is very limited area. And variance number 7 and 10 is for the number of platforms and the area of one of the platforms at the front. Now, if the staff can kindly go to my presentation material, for variance number, for the first page, we have tried to show the existing and the proposed situation on a site plan. And as you see, we are keeping basically the existing setbacks at the front and both sides. And there are some cantilevered portion on the upper floors, which results in the side setback variance. If you go to the next page, please. This is the east elevation, and as you see, that purple portion, which is basically on the third floor, and a portion of second floor at the rear has the reduced setback, and the rest of the house is basically the existing. And on the next page also, we have shown the west elevation. As you see, this variance for the setback on the west side is only for that bump out, which is shown in red color. The rest of the house is where it is located at the in the existing situation. And on the next page, this is a comparison between the existing situation of the front yard and the proposed. On the right side, that's the existing situation. There is a big concrete pad at the front, which we are removing and making, adding to the soft landscaping. And on the left, that's the proposed situation. And the last page shows the situation of the proposed platforms. At the rear, there is a small balcony on the second floor, and the and the other balcony on the third floor, as you see, is completely inset and covered on both sides with the main walls of the building, so it doesn't cause any concerns for the privacy. At the front, the bigger balcony is located on the second floor and is looking to the street, which is a public space. And again, the other balcony on the third floor is completely inset and with a limited view to the street. Of these all 4 balconies, the area of 3 are...
Your time is up. Let's finish.
Yeah. Or, okay, that's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold questions
Yes,
until we hear from the speakers. Okay, at this time, we will unmute Michael Lasky.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks. My name is Michael Lasky. I live at 628 Rushton, which is the property immediately to the east of this one. And thank you. I know this is a marathon, so I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I want to speak in opposition to most of the variances that are requested. And, the first thing that strikes us is this is the most variances you're going to hear about today, I think, with one exception of an apartment building that's being converted. And, I know you look at each one individually, but I think the number of variances we're talking about here tells sort of the story, which is that this is not a house that fits inside what's envisioned for this neighborhood. It's sort of bulging out at the front, bulging out at the top, bulging out at the back, and bulging out to the sides. And it's just, it's trying to stuff a much larger house into a tightly packed neighborhood that really is intended to accommodate much smaller houses. So I've got three specific concerns. The first one is the height and the exterior platform. So the proposed house is 9 meters tall across 70% of its length, and it peaks at 11 meters. And that, my understanding is that's taller than any house in the neighborhood. So the apartment building 2 doors down, the house on its other side, those were all 3-story houses that or 3 stories that made accommodations to fit within the height restriction. The house at 632, for example, uses dormers, and there's a little bit of terracing to kind of to make it fit. So this one is a full 3rd story, which my understanding is either hasn't been allowed or has only been allowed extremely rarely in the neighborhood. And there doesn't seem to be any significant accommodation being made to try to dampen the impact of that height. But my main concern about that one is, as the next door neighbor, is the balconies. So there are 4 in where the bylaw allows for 1, and 2 in the front, 2 in the back. They create this kind of prison guard tower effect where the resident there is going to be able to look out over all the front lawns, look out over all the back lawns. I appreciate what the agent said about the 3rd story balcony being covered, but the field of view there will be significantly higher than my house. They'll see my 2-year-old son playing in the backyard. They'll block the sunlight getting to the backyard, potential for noise concerns. It seems to me there's a reason that the bylaw said 1 and the bylaw said 4 square meters. And so to say 4 and to say 16 square meters seems to me to just not be what the bylaw has in mind, and certainly not mine. Like 4 times more doesn't seem minor. So the second one is the front yard, what I'll call the front yard encroachment. And I appreciate the agent mentioned that they're maintaining the front yard setback, but the reduction in the soft landscaping, which is 40%, where the bylaw asks for 75, will actually, the plans suggest that they plan to move the front of the house forward to kind of eat into the area that's currently a covered porch. And so there's currently, if you look at the houses along the street, there's a totally consistent front line. And again, that's been respected as a lot of houses have been redeveloped along the street. And here it looks like what the property wants to do is eat into that so that, whatever, the sitting room in the front can be a bit bigger. But the consequence is that it's going to break the continuity across the street, and it's going to be visually incongruous. And so I think the variance is for soft landscaping, but I guess ask the committee to appreciate the effect of that is going to be a house that bulges forward. And then the last concern is about the density and the width. So, I'm not so concerned about the FSI, and like the houses here are tight and have to be a bit bigger. But what we're talking about in terms of massing with the full 3 stories, in terms of, even more incursion into the east and west setbacks, I think it's important to appreciate you can't walk between my house and that house today like straight. You'd have to turn sideways to get through. So even, every additional centimeter that you eat into that east and west setback is really packing the houses together. So they're more, they look more semi-detached as you get further east. So it's a significant impact, even though it doesn't feel like a lot of meters. And again, this is a detached single family dwelling neighborhood. There are no detached semi-detached houses here, but that's what it would look like, and that has fire concerns and light and safety concerns as well. So overall, I think the cumulative effect of these variance is, to me, is not minor. And again, as I look at what the bylaw requires and the amount of changes and the extent of the changes that are being asked for here, it doesn't seem possible to say that this is something that is consistent with the purpose of the bylaw. But that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Okay, next. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll unmute Jesse Rosenberg.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jesse Rosenberg. I live at 411 Arlington Avenue. So this proposed house backs onto our house and backyard. And we'd like to object to the significant height variance, the variance in the allowed number of balconies, the significant variance to density, and the significant variance to width. I'd like to, if I can, respectfully disagree with the agent's downplaying of the impact these would have. In aggregate, this is a significant change to what we currently have, as well as to what other houses beside it have done. I'd like to point out that 632 Rushton next door has a half third story, which allows light in, which is important for us. We have a window on that side in a child's bedroom, as well as in our backyard. So that is significant. We're also, as I sort of mentioned, we're very concerned about the overall impact here. This is a very large number of variances, and this is a very large house cramming into a lot which is not that big. And we would certainly support all of my neighbors who spoke before me, all of his concerns. And the big question we have here, so we haven't heard anything from the builder about why any of this is necessary. We're very supportive of density in the neighborhood, very supportive of some of the goals that we've heard earlier this morning around building new housing. None of that was here. We did hear from the builder after we filed a letter in opposition under my wife's name, Rebecca Rosenberg, but we still don't have, there's no reason that we can discern for any of this. This seems as though this is just about how big and how valuable a house can be crammed into this lot. If there were reasons for any of these changes, we would have obviously been very, very happy to discuss them, but that's not what happened in this case. So again, just to sum up, if I may, the large number of variants feels almost like just asking for everything they could think of. We feel like this is not that large a lot and a very large house being proposed, which is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and the neighbors. And this would be a significantly impact on our privacy in our backyard and that window I mentioned, as well as on the light we receive if this were to go forward as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to the speaker? No? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can go back to the agent.
Hi again.
To respond, yeah.
Yes, sure. Thank you for sharing your concerns and in response to the issues that were brought up. I should mention that the height of the building is not a variance and also number of stories is not a variance. The allowed height here in this designation is 11 meter and 3 stories is allowed. So none of those are a variance, only the wall height, which is half a meter higher than the allowed, is a variance. And for the setback, specifically on the east side, as I've shown in my presentation material, we are not reducing the setback for the whole main floor and the majority of the second floor. So the reduced setback it happens only for the rear portion of this second story and on the third floor, and that doesn't cause any issues for the access and the distance between the two homes on the east side. As the east neighbor mentioned, And if you look at the site plan, you can see that the east neighbor almost has zero setback, very limited setback on our side as well. And this is a very common situation because these are very narrow lots, and reduced setback is very common for these size of the lots. For the porch and landscape, we are asking for a variance for landscaping and soft landscaping, but as shown in my presentation material, we are improving the existing situation because the existing is what it is, and no one asks for a variance for that, but the fact that we are asking for a soft landscaping variance doesn't mean that we are making the situation worse, and we are basically improving the existing situation. And also we are not asking for any front yard setback variance because in the existing situation, the garage and the basement are exactly where it is. If you kindly go to the basement plan, you can see which portion is added to the exactly. As you see, only that portion at the rear, which is shown in gray hatch, is added to the existing footprint of the house, and the rest is existing. So in the existing situation, there is a big front porch on top of the existing footprint of the basement, which we are adding that portion to the main floor, but we are not changing the footprint of the house because the front setback, the length, and every requirement of the bylaw is calculated already from the front main wall, which is existing to remain. So we are not changing anything for the front setback, and the length of the building is as of right. We are not asking for the total height, length, or any of those variances. What we have done is just adding a few inches on the second floor and third floor on the side of the house to just get a bit of more space in this narrow lot to fit a better size for the rooms, which doesn't really impact anyone because we are not changing the existing footprint of the house on both sides. So the distance between the homes are not reduced in any way on both sides.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Any question? Yeah, we have a question for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to ask about this cantilevered section at the front on the third floor. So am I correct in understanding that part of that is a balcony? A sort of enclosed balcony?
If you go to the main floor plan, please.
Yeah.
Yes, here. You see at the front,
yeah.
That portion was already existing in the basement, which is the existing walls of the basement, and where the front yard setback and the length of the building is calculated from that wall. But in the existing situation, that front big portion is like a porch, and we are adding that portion to the enclosed space of the building, which is already enclosed in the existing situation as well, in the basement.
Well, so you're sort of extending the front of the basement up to the third floor, basically.
No, we are adding this portion only on the main floor. If you go to the second floor plan.
Yeah, but then the third floor, you're extending it out again, right?
We are extending half of it, and then there is again another balcony there. So only like 4 feet of the bedroom number 4 is extending out, but the rest is stepping back, and there is a balcony which is inset. So we are using that lost space in the main floor, basically, nothing on the second floor, and like 1/4 of it on the third floor just for the bedroom.
And then there'll be this balcony that's open at the front but enclosed on the sides. Is that correct?
We to have limited view to the sides, we made that like an inset balcony, so it's only open at the front.
Right. Okay.
And looks to the street, which is a public space, so no
Okay.
one expects privacy in the street.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, Mr. Bayer has a question.
Just this one, so at the back of the house, you've got a balcony.
Can you speak closer to the mic? Yeah.
Sorry.
Or turn it
At the back of the house, you've got a balcony on the second floor, correct?
Yes, at the back of the house, we have a balcony on the second floor, which is for a small balcony for the master bedroom. And on the third floor also, we have a balcony, which is again inset. And one other point that I should mention is that the allowed number of platforms is one on each side. So we are allowed to have one balcony at the rear and one balcony at the front. And we have two on each side. So it's not like what the east neighbor said. The allowed number of balconies is 2, and we are proposing 4. The allowed is not 1, and also the area of 3 platforms is in compliance with the bylaw. Only the front one on the second floor has a larger area, and basically what has happened is that the existing big front porch that is on the existing situation, we have basically moved that for 1 story, and the same big platform is there just on the main floor, and it's moved to the second floor now. So we are not really changing anything
I just wanted to ask about the balcony at the rear. So on the one, because it's essentially set in on the one side, and I can't tell offhand whether it's the north side, south side, but on the one side, it does have overlook.
On both balconies are on east side. If you go to my presentation material, they are both on east side.
So
one is open on the side, and we are okay to propose a privacy screen on that side if that helps. And the other one on the third floor is completely inset, so there is a wall already there to cover the side.
The balcony on the second floor, what side did you say it is with the overlook? East side?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that
and
one.
We can have 5 or 6 foot height privacy screen on the east side.
1.5 meters.
Yes.
Thank you. And just another quick one, if I may. Sorry, I forgot. Since you're doing a tremendous amount of work on this existing property, and it'll be completely transformed, is there any intention to transform the driveway that will lead to the garage?
Not really, because we cannot, we will only resurface the driveway, because the driveway is, we cannot change the level of the garage or anything there.
No, I'm thinking of resurfacing.
Maximum we can resurface, and for the sake of the landscaping variances, we can use permeable material for the driveway probably.
So essentially the question is, will you be possibly changing the materials that are on the existing driveway without touching the landscape issue? Will you be possibly changing that to, you mentioned resurfacing, but if you resurface it just with asphalt again, it's basically whatever it is. I'm thinking of if your client is amenable to it, I know it's an additional cost, but it's something to consider, to look at permeable paving for that driveway, because I know that the soft landscaping variances that you have are existing issues. I know this application has come before the committee previously. So I appreciate that, but you know, if your client keep that in mind in terms of possibly doing something about the driveway, that would be great. I know it's not before the committee, so I won't push that one, but thank you.
Yeah, my client is not with me, unfortunately, so I cannot ask him, but I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't mind to use better material for the driveway. The existing situation of the driveway, I mean, the finishing is not that bad. I'm not sure if he ends up to resurface the driveway or not. But one point that I want to mention, if you look at the existing situation, there is a big concrete pad on the right side of the front yard, which we are removing and adding that to the landscaping. So basically, we are improving the situation of we are improving the existing situation in regards to the landscaping and soft landscaping.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Please, comments or motion? Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is it's a complicated building that's being proposed, and I really appreciate the fact that the late materials that came in illustrated the side yard setbacks well, I think, and showed that they were limited to just portions of the house. And that went a long way, I think, to helping me feel a bit better about this proposal. In addition, the kind of enclosed porch on the front is pretty predominant, but I do think it breaks up the kind of front massing and does kind of make an effort at fitting in this massing on a pretty eclectic street. I think the variances altogether are minor. It's really staying mostly within the existing footprint of the house, apart from small kind of almost ornamental changes on upper floors. And I think for that reason, I'm going to move approval of the application. I would like to tie it to all elevations and to the site plan, just to ensure that the setbacks are adhered to, and that the rear second floor balcony is constructed with privacy screening on its east side.
Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment,
yes.
not a seconding. So I just want to, I'm pretty torn about this one. I sympathize with the neighbor who says this is bulging. It really is bulging, kind of all over. So I wasn't really sure where to stand, and I don't like that front protrusion, the cantilevered section. I do feel like that kind of counters the goal, which is to have the kind of front be a little, step back a little bit, especially because it's going to be a flat roof at the front. So I had some problems with that, but when I look at the rest of the street, there are some other buildings that go all the way to the same frontage that they are going to, even if they're just 2 stories. And certainly 3 stories is certainly allowable and appropriate. So I think I may reluctantly accept this one. I want to talk about it because I do think that it was complicated, and I do sympathize with the neighbor's concern about the sort of bulging feeling of it. But once you look at everything individually, none of it is a narrow lot, and it's not unreasonable to try to maximize that space within, the boundaries. And overall, it won't be, I would have liked if the front was perhaps a little less prominent, but I think in the end, it's not something that should be declined, so.
I can respond to your comment, which is like, you say bulging in the front. When I look at the photographs, what is more prominent is the driveway. It's this huge asphalt driveway. That I think maybe the bulging will actually make it more interesting. That's my comment. Yes. So we have a motion. Hello.
Zahir has something to say.
Yes.
I'd like to second that motion. I think it's one of the challenges is when you've got something that is dramatically different to what is existing.
Yeah.
It's often jarring for people, but I think in sum total, I think it's a appropriate development and quite an interesting design.
Mm-hmm. So we have conditions, right, with the privacy screen and also tied to all the elevations.
Exactly, yes.
So all in favor? Yeah, unanimously with the two conditions.
Through you, Madam Chair, before we move on to item 15, I just want to state to everyone that's here for our 2 p.m. session, the committee is still dealing with applications from this morning. We still have 4 files to get through, so we're probably another hour, and then the committee will be breaking for 1 hour for lunch. So the 2 p.m. session won't start until at least 4 o'clock, 3:45 or 4 o'clock. So you can leave the room now, and you can go to the cafe downstairs, and then you can come back. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
There's no discussion about this. Sorry?
Did you say it's starting at 4?
Well, we still have about an hour because we have a lot of registered speakers, and then we're breaking for an hour. So you can come back at around 3:45 to see where we're at, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So we move on now. Okay, item number 15, 89 BRULE Gardens. This the application. The purpose is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just, excuse me, please have your discussions outside because we are in a hearing, okay? Thank you.
Yes, and it to construct a rear 3-story addition and a rear ground floor patio. They're seeking 2 variances. And for this one, we also receive a survey site plan, 4 plans, elevation, 5 photographs, and also there's a TRCA permit number, a permit, and commenting agency we receive from Urban Forestry, and also from the Vivian Natural Feature Protection, also from Urban Forestries. We have received support from 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 addresses.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we will unmute Ryan Dunlop.
Hi, Madam Chair. Ryan Dunlop here. Address is 600 Fleet Street.
Yes. Yeah, you do not have any opposition or anyone want to speak, so I'm going to check whether we require presentation from you. Or a question. We have questions? It seems that we do not have questions either. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move it into discussion?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. The two variances that we're looking at, the FSI, the reason that it's sitting at 0.7 is because we had to take the area from the long-term stable toe slope. So it's actually reduced the overall lot size, having to kind of comply with that requirement. Otherwise, we'd be probably, I think we're sitting around, was it 0.47 FSI if we didn't have to take the area from that stable toe slope. So that's just kind of that first one. And then the second one, we worked with TRCA to come up with a solution that meets their requirements in terms of the 3-meter shoreline hazard limit. and we've chamfered the basement foundation wall to appease that. So the ground floor and upper floors will cantilever out that corner, but that's kind of how we got around that one. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Now we are in committee, yes. Unless you have a
No,
question?
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, please, yes.
I think the key thing here is that the property owner has worked closely with the TRCA, has gotten the permit from the TRCA ahead of time, which is great, and that the ravines, forestry ravines, has no objections. I think those are the key things, and given those things, everything else is really minor, and it's not really a problem. So I move that we approve this with forestry condition number 2.
Second, Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor with condition? Unanimously approved. It's approved. Okay, thank you. Item number 16 is 618 WINONA Drive. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story side addition and a side basement walkout, and a 2nd-story addition with a rear Juliet balcony, a partial 3rd floor addition with a rear balcony and a covered front porch with and also an integral garage and a rear 1st level deck with stair. The dwelling will have 2 residential units, and the existing rear detached garage will be demolished. And they are seeking for 8 variances, and we receive also a plan, survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, and arborist report, presentation material from the agent. We receive support from 5 letters, and that's it.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Okay.
Saba?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Al-Mathnou from QBS Architects. I am the agent.
Yes. Okay. You do not have any opposition. In fact, you have some 5 supports. So I check whether the panel requires a presentation. No. Do you have questions? Yeah, we have a question from Mr. Bayer.
Sorry, just a quick question. You've got a proposed driveway, but there are no indication of whether you're going to be using permeable materials or not. Would you be amenable to a condition that the driveway be produced out of permeable materials?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are, Madam Chair, yes, we are okay to use permeable material for the proposed driveway. Originally, as you have seen from the pictures, the entire front yard was paved with asphalt. So we are improving the front yard by adding a little bit of landscaping on both sides, and we are willing to use permeable landscaping for the proposed driveway.
Terrific, thank you.
For the whole driveway, right? So yeah, not.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? So we don't have any more questions. Do you want to address anything you have to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Nothing. I'm just here to answer any questions they might have.
Okay. Now we're in committee. Yeah. So, Mr. Bayer, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. There are only 4 variances before us, and all of them are reasonably minor. I also would like to note that I think the 3rd floor balcony, I had concern about overlook, but it's a recessed one. And the south elevation balcony, they've already got a screen in place, so those are the good pieces of good news. As a forestry 1 condition attached. Other than that,
I don't think.
No,
there's a
okay? Sorry.
Yes.
So the only condition would be that the driveway be produced with permeable materials.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Wee, second.
I wanted to second the motion and also just say that I thought this was a really thoughtful and well designed project.
Yeah. All in favor with that condition? Yeah. Unanimously. Okay, approved. Thank you. So we move to item 17, which is 16 ELMSTHORPE Avenue. Okay, let me get this. The purpose for this application is to construct a new detached three-story dwelling with a third-story front and rear side balconies, a partial covered rear terrace, and a front integral garage, and a covered front porch. The existing two-story detached dwelling will be demolished. They're seeking 4 variances, and we receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plans, and elevation, and arborist report, and also presentation material from the agent. We received comment from Urban Forestry and also advisory comment from Metrolinx. We received oppositions from 11 addresses.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. We do have 2 people here registered to speak in opposition, and then 2 additional people in opposition speaking online. Okay. So at this time, we will hear from David Bronscale.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, if you can hear me.
Yes, very well. Thank you. Go ahead. You have some opposition. We need a presentation from you for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are 3 variances before you. One is for length, although as I'll show you on the site plan, there actually is no variance for depth, which is a curious circumstance, but I think we'll show you what I'm going to submit as the technical nature of the length variance. There is a variance for the front yard setback, which is just a small portion of the building, which I will take you to in a moment. And sorry, this, I think what's on the screen, just apologies, that's not the, there is a corrected public notice from, I think, February of 2024.
Okay. So there are only 3 on the agenda. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all dealing with the same materials.
Let's wait until the staff can find that. Then.
Apologies to staff. And
I haven't seen it, but maybe it's
there's an amended public notice dated February 27th, 2024.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I can confirm that a corrected public hearing notice was mailed out. Variance number 1 reads 19.08 meters for building length. And then there's the variance for the front yard setback, which remains at 5.13 meters. And then the variance for floor space index, which would remain at 0.96 times the area of the lot, which equates to 385.98 square meters. And there is no variance for dwelling depth.
So that wasn't in our package, though?
No.
Okay.
That did not make it into your package.
So we do not consider this as a revision because the revised plan has been sent out.
The corrected notice did go out, yes.
Only us have got outdated. Okay, now we've got it all sorted out. Mr. Bronscale, can you start, please? Yeah.
Madam Chair, I can hear you through other people's microphones, but your microphone didn't appear to be on, just to let you know.
Oh, I see. We are sharing.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got it sorted out.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can start your presentation now. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. So it is a length variance of 19.08, and it's shown on that statistic page. It is the front yard setback 5.13, but I'm going to submit to you why it's a technical variance, because it's just a small portion of the structure. And then there is the FSI. And I'm just going to note for the committee, there is no variance now for depth, height, main wall height, or any of those variances that might often indicate that the overall massing is overwhelming for the property. I think in some respects for the committee, in terms of my opening comments, a lot of this may be about the numbers, but I will show you why I think that's the case as I go through the presentation for you. So it is a 3-story house, but as I noted, there's no variance for number of stories, there's no variance for height, there's no variance for main wall height. If staff could just go down to the second page in that package, I'd appreciate it. What you can see in red is the permitted outline under the zoning. You can see the length variance 19.08. It's from the front portion, which is that projecting, it would normally be a sort of almost a projecting bay window, but it's part of the structure, but it really is a projecting window at the front. And it's similarly measured to the back of the projection where there's a breakfast area. That's the 19.08. But just to the left of that, you can see that the depth measured from the front yard setback is 18.18 meters. That's why the building depth is actually under the as of right and no variance is required for the depth. I did some calculations based on, and if staff could just stay on that site plan for a moment, I did some calculations based on the building length if you went from the main front wall, and this is using the architectural plans, to the back of the main front wall, i.e. if you didn't include the projecting pieces. And that building length, just so the committee has it to understand what's actually on the site, would be 16.94 meters, absent those projections. If you include the back projection, which is a bit wider and allows sort of a living room area at the back, the building length from the front wall, leaving aside the projecting window area, is 18.16 meters. So it's those projections. The front is 0.91, the back is 1.22. It's those projections when added together that are resulting in the building length that comes above 19, but in fact the main structure itself is just under 17 meters. So it's not an overly long house. And it's why at the end of the day, if the committee saw fit to approve this, I would recommend a condition that it be in accordance with the site plan so that that building length is secured. What then happens through the site plans, and you can see it on this site plan, you can see how the third story is stepped back, is the third story itself has a length of 13.56 meters. So it becomes much smaller when you get up to the third story. The 3 stories together, just for the panel, I think that's what's ultimately resulting in a concern about the FSI number from the community at 0.96. The next page, if staff could go down, we did do what we often do, and I did earlier for you today, is show just the numbers that are in the area. On the street, 0.81, 0.85, 0.87. A couple streets away, you see 0.91, 0.97. There are a bunch in the 0.7s. I've tried to confine those numbers to the densities of 0.6, whereas when you get to the south of Chaplin, you start to get into a 0.35 density category. It's not as overwhelming as density approvals as in some neighborhoods, and indeed as I presented to you earlier today, but you are seeing some increased densities in the area. Next page, just because I know I'm going to run out of time. We've shown the relationship of the building footprint to adjacent dwellings. It's not projecting much in front. It's not projecting much behind. It's particularly when you look at the adjacent building on the top there. The front yard setback is just to the projection. The main wall of the building complies with the front yard setback. And then we've just ended with some elevations and a rendering for the committee so they can see the staggered nature of the 3-story structure, again, which actually doesn't require any variances. So I actually think it is appropriately sized for the lot, but it's the number, I think, that is maybe causing the greatest concern.
Okay, thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we will hold our question to you and let's listen to other speakers. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will call up the first registered speaker here in person that resides at 14 ELMSTHORPE Avenue. 14 ELMSTHORPE Avenue.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Oriana Paulette. I am one of the residents and owners of 14 ELMSTHORPE, which is the property immediately adjacent to next door south of the number 16 ELMSTHORPE. My husband was here earlier. He had to leave because of childcare issues, so I'm going to be the only one speaking, but he was here present until not too long ago. Our main concern, we have a number of concerns, but the main concern is that we're very familiar with the street and what the other properties, the size of the other properties on this street. And while the speaker just before me was addressing the committee, they referred to a number of other properties in terms of density approvals. But those numbers on our street are not the same. So for example, number 18 was approved at 0.8 density, which we did not oppose. But 0.8 density is quite different to 0.96 density in terms of the ultimate size and the impact that will actually have on us. So this property does go far back. It might not be a variance that's being requested, but the fact that it's so tall, coupled with the fact that it's moving outward, if you look at the site plan and you look at the current building there in the light green, and you look at the proposed plan, it's significantly bigger. And the floor space, or the FSI being sought at 0.96, is more than 50% greater than the permitted floor space of 0.6. It's more than 50% greater. So I don't see how that can be a minor variance. And the reality is you have to look, well, who is this for? What is the purpose? What is the benefit of such a large property? We asked to speak with the owners, the purported owners of the property, and the people who are going to be living there. We didn't receive a phone call back from them even. Not even a phone call. We asked, are they attending today? And we were told, well, they are very busy people. If it's that important to them, why are they not here? Why would they not speak to us? The whole community wasn't consulted. We were provided with this paperwork on February 23rd, I think. I gave birth on February 19th. I have a newborn at home. And it's not a lot of time. We had no time to speak with, we don't even know who is actually going to be living there. We're told that it's the parents of the person that did speak with us. When we asked to speak with those parents, those people, that couple, they didn't phone us. I don't think they've attended today. So the question is sort of what's the benefit of this and who's the benefit for? We don't even know. Why does the committee need to approve this? They don't. We're not opposed to redevelopment. We're not opposed to improvement of properties. We're not opposed to building a larger property than what's there right now. The property that's there, it needs to be redeveloped. We acknowledge that. We don't think that the status quo is what should be. We're not opposed to development. But this property that's being proposed is really quite large. The neighboring property at number 18 was recently redeveloped. They rebuilt it from scratch. They demolished it, and the FSI is 0.80. And again, the community did not oppose that. There's another house a few doors down, which I think is on this listing as well, in terms of the density, that's listed at 0.85. That's a large property too, but this property, 0.96, is significantly bigger if you look at the real effects that it's going to have on us. We have 2 small children. We're concerned about privacy. We're concerned about shading. When you look at, I don't know if the committee's had time to see our letter of objection, but when you look out from my son's window, it would basically block most of the view from that window. There's a really nice mature treescape. It would block most of that. It would create shade on our patio where we don't have the table because it's winter, but that is where the barbecue is and where we have our table normally. It's significantly bigger, the footprint. The reality is you can look at a bunch of numbers and think, okay, it's sort of meaningless until you actually see the property and you see how far back it truly goes, and you have to compare. You're not looking at you know, an area You're not, this is not densification. You're looking at it, we're told it's a single couple who want to move into this home. Why do they need such a large property? Yes, if it doesn't go against variances and so forth, then that's fine. But if you look at, again, the short timelines that we were given in terms of the review procedure, pre-application, we weren't notified with a proper time frame given in accordance with the committee's own pamphlet. We don't think that the change is appropriate for the area. Most of the street has, the significant portion of the street has written in saying the same. And we don't think that it meets the intent of the official plan either. Looking at making Toronto better should always come before making Toronto bigger. One of the things, sustainability. We're concerned about the environmental impacts as well.
Your 5 minutes is up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all right. Is any question to this speaker? No, we don't have questions.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we can call up Katie Kirsch.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Katie Kirsch. I live at 25 ELMSTHORPE Avenue, which is 3 houses south of the property, kitty corner. And as you know, 11 other of our neighbors have submitted concerns about these, what the applicant considers to be minor variances. But specifically, the variance that I'm troubled with is the chapter 10, number 3, which is the maximum permitted floor, space index of 0.6 times, and the applicant is requesting 0.96 times. This, to me, shouldn't be considered a minor variance. The density is consistent with the density of the development on other lots on the street and in the neighborhood in general. And I think it sets a bad precedent for houses being too big for their lots. And we are all concerned on the street about the environmental impact that this has the possible effect on. A structure that has an oversized footprint doesn't allow for proper drainage, for rain and snow, and there would be a lack of softscaping. The other thing that I find rather troubling is that the applicant really hasn't provided a reason. In the application, it actually says, why is it not possible to comply? And their reason was it was an undersized lot. But you know what you bought, so fit the house that you need on the appropriate size of what you've got. The presenter also makes note of the fact that uses the comparables in the neighborhood, but he's also gone beyond what is on our street. And yes, rightfully so, he points out that the house just north of 16 ELMSTHORPE was approved at 0.8% FSI. But the other houses that he refers to that are beyond that are not on our street. They're on Avenue Road, and then he makes reference to the Forest Hill area. Again, that's another discussion. We're concerned about our street. So those are my points, and I really hope that you'll deny the variance.
I have one question.
Of course.
Since the previous speaker said that no consultation was made.
Correct.
How about your experience?
We had no consultation whatsoever.
No way.
None of us. We
not
all
from
met.
the owner, not from the agent. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Through you, Madam Chair, we will unmute Mary LePage.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because I'm remote, and I guess I live at 33, which is directly across from the subject property. And my main concern, as Katie just expressed, was the density of 96% of the lot size and the proposed length. I do have a question for the committee that when I was reading the bylaws, and I might not be understanding them correctly, is that when a property in our area.
Sorry, is there a question? What? Oh, I got cut off, I see.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we lost Mary, the connection, so we're going to try calling her.
Okay.
Mary, we've tried to call you. Can you please try to speak?
Yeah, I tried to speak. Am I still muted?
No, we can hear you.
How,
Now we can hear you.
okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. So was
have to start from the
anything I said to her?
Yes.
Oh, start from the beginning. My main objection, I'm Mary Lepage, and I live directly across from 16 Elmsthorpe, and I've been there for almost 30 years. And my concern is the density of 96% of the lot size. And I'm also concerned about the proposed length of the house. I do have a question related to the length then, and I might not be understanding the bylaws correctly for our area. But when I read it, it seems to say that when there is a house that is longer than 17 meters, the side setbacks have to be altered for the portion of the house that exceeds 17 meters. So I'm wondering if that's another variance. But I also just want to make a general objection to the trend that we're seeing in Toronto, in our neighborhood certainly, in these massive buildings being put on very small lots. Not only does it spoil the feel of the neighborhood and the look of the neighborhood, but it has environmental impacts that Katie went through a few minutes ago. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any question to this speak? Okay, we don't have. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will now unmute David Grissom.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Hi, my name is David Grissom. I reside at 10 Elmsthorpe Avenue, which is 3 houses down from the proposed property. And with my partner, we've lived in our house for over 32 years. And over that time, we loved the neighborhood before we moved in, and love it even more now that we've been there, although we have seen some changes that we are concerned about, and are concerned about precedents when it comes to larger and larger properties. And so I would like to also just add that we were also not consulted at all. There was no effort to reach out to us. And I would also add that we are undergoing a major renovation of our house at the same time, but with no variances of any kind. So we know that it can be done, and we're living through that proof right now. But of the concerns, like my neighbors who are also friends, I would say that our greatest concern is really on the density variance of 96%. We are concerned just about the overall size of it, that will just be not in keeping with the neighborhood. And we, we would love to have, we would probably feel better about it had we been consulted, had we been involved in it, had we had some understanding of the people that were going to live there. I would say for our neighbors, we get along great with our neighbors, but we all come from very different backgrounds and very different ethnicities, different ideas, different philosophies, etc. We don't always agree on everything, but this seems to be one thing that we all seem to agree on, and that is our opposition to this project, because we all have the same concern about maintaining some integrity in the neighborhood and consistency with the other homes in the neighborhood. So, for an over 4,000 square foot house on a relatively small property size, we're, and particularly with respect to just the overall density variance, I think that's our biggest concern. And so we welcome new neighbors, but we would hope that you'd keep in mind what all of the neighbors have said regarding our concern about the size. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. All right.
At this time, we will unmute the agent, David Bronscale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Thank you. I'll just respond to a few of the points, Madam Chair. Consultation is often a difficult one. I obviously have a differing view. Mr. Wengel's office sent around a package, as they always do, to nearby neighbors. I also understand that upon receiving the different letters of objection, Mr. Wengel's office sent out individual emails to everyone who had filed a letter of objection explaining and offering to speak. I also understand that our client, Faruqi, on March 13th, went and spoke to a number of neighbors on the street. I understand that a few declined to speak because of a collective decision among the neighbors not to engage. I think one of the speakers indicated that they were too busy at the time to speak. So, as always, Madam Chair, I don't know what's the right answer in terms of whether consultation occurred appropriately or not, but I can say that efforts were made. I do understand when people say they feel they have not been appropriately consulted, but there is a two-way street when it comes to having those discussions, and we do the best we can to engage with people. I think on the variances themselves, though, I would say a few things. First of all, someone had expressed environmental concerns. When you look at the site plan, you can see the tree protection zones for the trees on the property that are protected and will be preserved. You will note, I hope, that there's no landscaping variances, in particular for soft landscaping. And so there is still a significant portion of the lot, in fact, exceeding what is required by the bylaw to have stormwater runoff and water absorption on the site. In terms of what I had suggested to you at the start, which I thought would be the primary concern, which is the number, I'm going to come back to that last, but I'm just going to again flag for the committee the length variance and the front yard setback variance, and I'm happy to ask questions if you have them about this, really and truly relate to that 0.9 portion at the front and the 1.22 portion at the back. Otherwise, this is a home that's in accordance, frankly, with the bylaw in terms of its building length. Just in terms of how it's situated on the lot, I understand the person who spoke to the south at 14 and the concern about it extending beyond her site, the back wall of her house. Just a couple of things on that. First of all, the as of right condition permits that today. That's the red line that we've shown on the site plan. Secondly, 16, the subject property is to the north, so there won't be shadows. Any shadows that might be cast in her backyard would come from 12. just in terms of how the sun moves through the sky in Toronto, so it won't cause any shadow impacts on her property. But really, it's the as of right red line that we need to be comparing when looking at the variances. And that portion at the back, as I said, is really only 1.22 behind, and there's no depth variance. On the numbers, the last thing I would just leave with the committee, I didn't go to the page on numbers to say, look, because they got it, we should get it. And I think the committee knows that that's not how I present to you. It's to give you an understanding just of the numbers that have been approved in the neighborhood. And it's not, as you know, just the street, it is the geographic context. And that's why we do look more broadly. That's just to give a survey of the numbers to see if what we're proposing is entirely out of character. But more importantly here on the qualitative, I would simply leave the committee with this. There's no variance for the number of stories. There's no variance for height. There's no variance for main wall height. There's no variance for side yard setbacks. There is a modest variance for the length, but I hope I've explained to you why it's technical. At the end of the day, a very similar volume, i.e. massing, would be deployed on the site with a 2-story house with just greater floor to ceilings. And so at the end of the day, is this really a larger home than contemplated by the bylaw just because it has a density of 0.96? Or is the massing that's on the site exactly what is contemplated by the bylaw? It's just through the staggered 3-story built form, which in some respects mitigates that overall massing, that a greater GFA is able to be achieved, which is deployed in additional bedrooms for the family intended to live in the house. So that's the hypothetical question I would leave you with as you have your deliberations.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question to Mr. Bronson? No. So we are in committee now. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bayet first. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just start off. Just my reflections on this piece is that we basically have 3 variances in front of us, and I think variance number 1 was quite well explained by Mr. Bronskill, so I think that one for me doesn't pose any issues. Variance number 2 and number 3, again, variance number 2 is actually quite minor, nothing unusual with that particular one. The FSI as well, it's not egregious. It's well within what I think we've seen in the city over the course of time. I suspect that the challenges that we're seeing from members of the community is that this is an unusual design, something different, and that may be where a lot of the challenge comes from. I certainly don't see any issues with this particular application as presented, so I'd be quite happy to support it.
I'd like to add some, following what you just explained. Yes, when you look at the variances, they're quite few and simple. But because of that, I think it's easy to explain to your neighbor what you're going to do, because it is still building a new house. And I think that we always encourage and involve your neighbors and all, because it's actually better for them for the future anyway, build good relationship. And it's unlike Mr. Bonskill's habits, he usually is very, very good at canvassing and work with the neighbors. And this time, it just require a little meeting, explain what you do. I think that this is not a difficult, just 3 variances to explain. So this is unfortunate, that's what I'm saying.
And if I may just add to that, I mean, the explanation was that if requests have gone out, materials have gone out, and people have not responded for whatever reason,
yes.
I think I wouldn't want to second guess why people did not respond.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot second guess, and also you cannot just say that, oh, I tried. What I'm saying is that's unlike Mr. Bonskill's habits. He usually is very good at gathering other people's comments.
They came by on Friday.
No, we are in committee now. Okay, yeah, Peter, yes.
Thanks, Chair. I would just add, I think that the last statement by the agent in regards to the FSI number about you could build a 2-story house with a peaked roof, and basically the massing, that is, if the peaked roof was an attic, the massing that's being proposed would basically fit within that. So I think, from my perspective, the one, I don't usually, FSI is not a huge influencer for me, but that is a big leap from what's permitted. And I do think that makes a big difference, visualizing it like that the actual structure could be fit inside basically a more traditional appearing building. And so I think the impact of that, the impact of this additional FSI is minor from my perspective. And I agree with the points Zahir made. I think there has been an attempt to sculpt this building from the north side, and from the front and back, and I think that goes to lessen impact as well. So I would support it.
I just wanted to add to Madam Chair's statement. I don't know what actually happened, but clearly the neighbors do not feel like they were contacted. Maybe it was too late. And I feel that's really unfortunate, because I feel like it is actually a pretty reasonable proposal. And I think that if maybe the neighbors had been approached, a lot of stress could have been avoided. So it is too bad about that, but I don't think there's anything in this proposal that's really can be denied.
So, okay. And do we have a motion then? Okay, Mr. Byett.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move a motion on this particular one. So I'd like to move a motion to approve this application as presented. I believe, I can't remember now, were there any amendments? There were some amendments. No, not in this one, because it's already done. Yeah. I believe there's a forestry 1 condition, if I'm not mistaken.
It's called the within natural feature protection.
I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't believe there are any other
Through you, Madam
conditions.
Chair, will you be tying the application to the site plan?
Yes, thank you for reminding. Yeah, we would tie it to
Two
plans.
conditions, yeah. Okay. And anyone second to that motion? Peter Reed, second. Yeah. All in favor with conditions? Thank you.
Doug Wilkins is dissented?
Dissent. Okay, Doug Wilkins. All right, is 3-1. No, I did not. I voted for it, yes. Okay, item number 8. Oh, sorry, number 18. Wow, I'm really tired. 51 Claremont Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front 1-story addition with an enclosed front porch, and also to convert the integral garage into habitable space. They are seeking 5 variances. And on this, we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, revised site plan, and also a revised zoning notice, and 3 photographs of the property. Staff report we've received from community planning and also from transportation.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. The revised zoning review indicates a variance for landscaping that was not part of the notice that was circulated to the residents that own property within 60 meters of the subject site. So the applicant may need to speak to this because it may require a deferral for a revised notice to be circulated. So at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Staff has stated there is a number 6. Currently on this notice, there's 1 to 5.
Can you give us your address too, your name?
Yes, my apologies. My address is 660 West Wilmot Street in Richmond Hill.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm Albert Yuen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, I think that we should address that question about the number 6, there was an extra variance on the revised notice.
So the zoning notice was provided January 11th, and a public notice for the first 5 items was provided on February 24th. On March 8th, the number 6 item was presented, but no public notice has been notified from what I understand. And so I would actually ask for a recommendation. Do we talk about the 5 today, or should we group it with a deferral onto the next meeting?
I think you have to, otherwise you will not get the 6, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, if there's 6 variances and that 6th variance hasn't been properly notified, then it's an automatic deferral for a revised notice.
That's how I understand it,
Can I also just ask the agent a question? Are you aware of the planning and transportation conditions that got sent?
Yes, for specifically number 2, where the integral garage was removed and become a habitable space. They wanted to park their one vehicle in the front existing driveway. And therefore, I think it's triggering the Ministry of Transportation to look at it.
Yeah, you're aware that that would require permission from transportation for front yard parking, right?
That is correct. We are aware.
Can I suggest if we defer that you also make sure that you get that permission before you come back?
Okay, or otherwise drop it, drop the item.
Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay,
Got
let's
it.
have a motion. I think this is an automatic defer. Yeah, Mr. Byett said. Yes, defer. And second, anyone second? Mr. Wilkins, a second.
So reasons for deferral is for a revised notice to be circulated and for the agent to have further conversations with transportation services?
Yes, regarding front yard parking. All in favor? Defer unanimously. Okay. I think that concludes our morning session.
Yes,
Thank you
through
for
you,
your time.
Madam Chair, we will break for lunch and we will be back at 3:40.
3:40. Okay.